I now call the November 15th meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Welcome to everyone online and those of you in the room. All board members are present and seated. As a reminder, we've already approved today's agenda. When we get to the consent agenda, I will just ask some clarifying questions to make sure that we still, to determine which items need to be pulled for voting, but are continuing to work during the meeting to get board members' questions answered prior to voting on the consent agenda. And so there's been a little bit of that happening today. I want to thank the folks from the department that have been able to drop in and answer questions. And there will be a little bit more of that at the break. So as a reminder to board members, just if you can work to follow board policy and ensure that your questions are answered either prior to the meeting or prior to the vote, that would be appreciated. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amanda Peterson as we receive the update on Kansas early learning standards. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Is this on? Yes.
Keep talking.
It will.
There we go. How about that?
They'll get it all.
They'll get it for you.
Perfect. Good morning, everybody. I'm thrilled to be here to share some very important work and some very hard work that has been underway for about the last 2 years to update our state Kansas early learning standards. So we all know that the first 5 years of life are a critical time when we think about early childhood brain development and all of the opportunity that that holds for children's success later in life. And we also know that these state early learning standards are a foundational piece of our state early childhood system when we're thinking about the learning and growth that happens together with parents and families every day in our home visits, in our preschool classrooms, in our child care facilities, in our Head Start programs, and other programs that serve young kids and families around the state. So thank you for being here and for listening to this update, because as we seek to lead the world in the success of each student, these standards are a really foundational piece of how we get there. So these standards are a bit different than other standards that you have reviewed recently. So I wanted to orient you a little bit to what these, some of the differences between these and other standards that the board approves. First, the age range. Obviously, these span birth through kindergarten. And so you will see through the standards that they include both these birth to 4 standards and then the corresponding kindergarten standards that the state board approves for each content area, so that educators can see that progression of learning and see what comes next and what's come previous in particular areas. You'll also see that these cover many different content areas. So it's one resource together that covers different domains, and we're going to go through each of those domains in detail today. And then finally, and I touched on this, these are used in a really broad range of settings. In Kansas, we know that early learning happens in a range of different places, that families have different options and different preferences when it comes to the early learning environments that they choose to place their children in, and that also that there's no one-size-fits-all approach in our Kansas communities, that depending on the community, we have different partners who are instrumental in delivering early childhood services. And so you'll hear shortly from some of the folks who have worked on this as they share a little bit about the different settings and different environments and different types of early educators who they work with. But I think it's very helpful to keep in mind that these standards affect more than just the programs that fall under the purview of the Kansas State Board of Education. They're a resource that we're able to use collaboratively throughout our state early childhood system, so that there's some consistency as children move from setting to setting throughout the first years of their life. So we have these standards that we're asking the State Board of Education to approve, and we're also going to be taking these to the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund in December for them similarly to consider adopting these standards. So you, in front of you, have a lot of paper. You have the print copies of the current standards. You also have print copies of the draft updated standards, and then you have a summary document that compares the two, because we wouldn't expect you to flip the two open and go through standard by standard to find the differences. That did take a while. So the introduction section of the standards, which begins on page 2 of the draft update, is very helpful in understanding what these standards are, what their purpose is, and why they exist. And so I'll share a little bit about that here. the Kansas Early Learning Standards, and you'll hear that referred frequently in the early childhood world as the KELS. So if you hear us slip up today and accidentally refer to the KELS, we're talking about the Kansas Early Learning Standards. But the Kansas Early Learning Standards is a document that provides information and guidance to early childhood providers and teachers, including early primary grade teachers, on the developmental continuum of learning for children birth through kindergarten. The Kansas Early Learning Standards provide information regarding what young children should know and be able to do as a result of engagement with caring, knowledgeable adults, evidence-based curriculum, and developmentally appropriate activities. It is a dynamic resource that providers and teachers can use as they plan activities for, choose, and implement curriculum, and engage in conversations with young children and their families around early learning. They were formed with several goals in mind, and you can find those goals on page 3. First, to create a continuum that links early development to school readiness and later learning in school and in life. Second, to provide a clear overview of milestones in a young child's development and how experiencing quality early learning opportunities can facilitate this development. Third, to provide guidance for early learning professionals that enhance and support their abilities to create experiences and environments that promote early learning opportunities and support families. And finally, fourth, to show that during the early years, children acquire skills, knowledge, and abilities in all developmental areas which are critical for future learning. The work to review and update the standards began with a core team of early education experts. You can find those at the beginning of the document, and we'll get to meet several in a minute. The work has been led by Natalie McLean, who is an early childhood education consultant here at the Kansas State Department of Education, and Kimberly Kennedy, who leads the Kansas Head Start Collaboration Office at the Kansas Department for Children and Families. Updating the Kansas Early Learning Standards is part of our 5-year All-In for Kansas Kids strategic plan for early childhood. We are so appreciative that the University of Kansas Center for Public Partnerships and Research was able to support this work as part of that larger project to strengthen our early childhood system in Kansas. And I so appreciate the partners who joined us in this work. As you can tell, it's a really collaborative effort when you're trying to build a document that can meet the needs of different environments and different providers in the state of Kansas. We do have several members of the collaborative team here today. I'm going to ask them to come up and introduce themselves. And I've also asked them to share a little bit about how they use the early learning standards in their work, or how those who they work with use them, so that you can get a sense of the range, some of the range of how these standards are used in the state of Kansas.
Good morning. My name is Sheila Bertelson, and I am the Education Disability Specialist for Bright Beginnings, Dodge City Public Schools. And our program serves children 0 to 5, birth to preschool, age 4. And in that process, we utilize the Kansas Early Learning Standards. Our program, we service children through early Head Start, at-risk, special education integrated classrooms. And we find that we utilize these standards. We go back to these standards time and time again. And they are developmentally appropriate, and they are also in a progression of skills that we can identify where children are, their baseline skills, and where we need to move them to. So this has become a really important tool within our program. And as we know that children are coming in with more deficits in the kindergarten grade level. And so this is a tool that these kindergarten teachers can utilize to identify where their baseline skills are if they aren't at a kindergarten level, and where to move them towards. I appreciate the work that has gone into it and being a part of the work, and it just shows that, you know, it's a statewide initiative. Thank you.
Good morning, Amy Meek with the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund, and I'm the Director of Early Childhood at the Cabinet. And we fund a variety of programs through our Early Childhood Block Grant. We have programs serving children birth to age 5, and that could be home visiting, preschools, childcare, some parent education programs. So those programs use those for direct services to children, and also when they're working with parents, they can use the standards to help them understand where their child's at, or what they're working on, or help parents as they are the educators also of their children. So we encourage our programs to use those, and then also use those with their parents as well.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Gilbert, and I work for Child Care Aware of Eastern Kansas. And we serve licensed child care providers in 33 counties across Eastern Kansas. And so I have the honor of doing coaching and professional development for child care providers in home-based and center-based settings and licensed Head Start programs. And so I think the one thing I would say, I have the privilege of helping kind of connect the triangle, so to speak. We work with child care providers to get them connected to the standards so that they can then use them with children and families. Thank you for your work.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Pishney, and I work for Kansas Child Care Training Opportunities. I also work with child care providers in centers and in their homes and do training and consultation for child care providers. One of the providers that I've worked with fairly recently over the years, I've then asked her to be part of one of our work group sessions, or some of our work group sessions when we're talking specifically about the different areas that we're going to be talking about pretty soon. She has an associate's degree in early childhood, and her associate's program focused very much on the KELS. So she came into this work with a pretty big awareness of KELS and was very excited about it. And if you don't mind, I'd like to read what she had to say about how she feels about the KELS. She says, "We have to realize that every child is different and will not go through the stages at the same chronological age, but will go through all the stages of development. It's our job to know where they are, to get them where they're going. Unfortunately, most providers have never heard of the KELS, and we need to break down the wording in the simplest terms so anyone can pick it up and understand how to use KELS in their everyday work." In watching this woman work, it was fascinating because she didn't have this book in front of her, but it was so ingrained in how she did her work that as soon as we started talking about KELS, she said, "Oh, just a minute." And she brought me back these 4 enormous notebooks about how she used KELS in her everyday work. So that was exciting to see, and I'm excited to bring this updated version to child care providers so they can use it in their daily work. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Natalie McLean. I'm a consultant here on our early childhood team. I work closely with our preschool aged at risk programs and our Kansas preschool pilot grantees, all who use the KELS. I do occasionally even get calls from families who want to know, my kiddo's not in school yet, what can I be doing at home to make sure that they're ready for kindergarten? So I do refer them to the KELS document so they can see things that they can be doing with their children at home as well.
So I hope that this gives you just a small snippet of all of the different people who use this resource and all of the different people who worked on the standards. You can see a complete list, as I said at the very beginning. This team's work began in February of 2022. We've known for some time that this was a project that needed to get added to the to-do list. And as the team began work, they started, before diving into the weeds and details of each of the individual standards, they started with a few big picture considerations. First, they wanted to make sure that as we undertook this process, that we reviewed the current standards to identify any areas where there are gaps or missing standards that should have been added. Second, they wanted to review the current standards to consider whether each of those standards support children and work well for children from all different backgrounds. And finally, they wanted to consider how we can make this the most user-friendly document possible. You've heard that this is something that's used in a wide range of places, and so really looking to say, okay, how can we say things plainly and clearly? How can we make sure that this is easy to understand and that this can be really useful in the day-to-day? Because we do not want this to be a document that sits and gathers dust on a shelf somewhere in Topeka. We want this to be something that providers can use and use in a meaningful and useful way in their daily work to be able to shape early education environments for young children. So we wanted to make sure that this was as clear and as useful as possible. Work on these areas progressed through bi-monthly meetings through August. And through that work, the core team determined two things. First, they determined that as they identified those standards that might be missing, sometimes there was a good reason for that. Sometimes we have skills or pieces that children are developmentally ready to do at an older age, like in kindergarten, but there's not a good corresponding thing that we would expect a toddler to be able to do because they're not ready yet. And so there were places where it made sense for there to be those gaps. There were also places where they identified existing kindergarten standards that exist in the K through 12 standards that needed to be added to this document so that, again, early educators and kindergarten teachers could easily see that progression of learning as children transition from early childhood into kindergarten. The other thing that the core team determined was that this document could be much more clear and much more intentional in describing how educators and caregivers and early learning environments should respect and support each child's background. So that information is included in the introduction on pages 8 and 9, with also a short statement that was added to the section before each content area, because we know that in practice, many people skip the introduction and go directly to the content area that they would like to work with. The core team also gave a great deal of thought to what's next. So the work that has gone into creating a document that we can share with all of you and that we hope that you will take the opportunity to approve next month was certainly a very large lift, but we appreciate that there is much more work to be done to truly implement these standards. So we do recognize that developing training and guidance that's useful across, again, a broad range of settings and that's really high quality is a critical piece of this work, as well as using plain language when we're communicating it to make sure that it's easy to understand what these standards are and why they should be used. And the core team also decided that the final outline document, that we have a lot more technology available to us than we did when these standards were last adopted in 2014. And so we have grand visions for an online companion to this work that can really help show examples of strategies that early educators or families might use to help children meet each of the standards and allow the standards themselves to be more user-friendly. We share this slide all the time. You can find it in brochures going back many, many years, but I do think it's helpful, and you can also find this on page 2 as you're thinking about what these Kansas Early Learning Standards are and are not designed to do. So they are a guide and a resource that recognizes the importance of the early years and are here to help anyone involved in young children's learning and development select appropriate curriculum and create quality early learning, but they are not intended to be used as a standalone curriculum. They are not an assessment tool, and they are certainly not a gatekeeper to say, okay, if we have any of these items where a child has not yet met them, they're not eligible to be placed in a particular classroom. We recognize that children are going to reach different milestones and master different skills at different ages. So we do always like to really clarify that as people are thinking about what these standards are and are not intended to do. And now you got to hear a little bit from Sheila, but as we were discussing how we can help really connect the dots here, we wanted to share a little bit about how these standards connect to kindergarten readiness. So, thank you.
Hi. So these standards are so important to identify how we prepare our children for kindergarten, what skills are involved from birth to age 5. So we want to make sure, as well as knowing that our kids with special needs, that they come in and they aren't at an age or a age-appropriate skill level, so identifying where they are on that baseline for both, as well as I had previously identified for kindergartners who are coming in with deficits. So this tool has been a consistent guide for the age-appropriate skills and the progression of learning for our children, 0 to 5. And it allows our teachers to use it as a tool to go back and just to identify where they are on that progression and to move them forward. As an administrator, I utilize the Kansas Early Learning Standards to align to our school readiness goals. I align those to our making sure that when we were adopting a curriculum, it was aligned to our curriculum. Any instruction or assessment tool that we're utilizing, we were making sure that they are aligned. If I did, make the request for assessment tools, and we've had those universal screeners align their assessment tool to the Kansas Early Learning Standards, because it's so important for us to make sure that those foundational skills that are so important and identified in the Kansas Early Learning Standards are being taught and assessed with and utilized through the instructional tools. So I just kind of wanted to reiterate that. It's just been it's a tool that we utilize every day. Do you have any questions?
I do. And one of the things that I hear from parents is before their kids are in kindergarten, I think something's wrong. What do I do? How do I find this out? How do I get them tested? Is that covered where just the average person could?
So within each structure, so in a community, there's a child find. So in a community, there's child find where you could bring your child, if you have worries about your child and they're not in a preschool program, that you could take your child, and even if they were, you could bring them to a child find in which they would be identified whether or not they are developing at their age-appropriate skill levels. Within our program, we use our MTSS structure. We're part of the district initiative. And so we have an MTSS structure in place that we identify, and we utilize the Kansas Early Learning Standards to identify where kids are in that progression of learning.
So let me just reiterate. So if they're not in a structured program, then they can go to this website and it says Child Find, and it will help step them through
So
what they
a lot
should
of
do.
So we have a network within each community. So if they're found if they have concerns, most often they identify that with their doctor, their primary care doctor, who in turn identifies that where they refer it to the Child Find agency within the community. If they call our school, if they call the Bright Beginning School, we'll also identify where the Child Find is, and then also try to get them to apply to the program. At the current state, we are fully enrolled. We have no spots left for children in our community within our program, which hasn't been the case in past years. But we also identify other preschool agencies within our area that possibly have open enrollment. But yes, we in turn utilize this tool to identify what the progression of skills that their child will learn in a setting, any setting. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you for your time.
Okay, so the revisions began in February of 2022. It's been a little bit of a longer process because we wanted to make sure that we were being very thorough and utilizing our partners across the state to help us as well. This is actually the fourth version of the standards. The first document was completed in 2006 with a second revision done in 2009 and a third revision completed at the end of 2013 and adopted in January of 2014. Amanda showed you a list, and there's even a more detailed list in your document of all of the partners that worked on this, our 2- and 4-year university partners, our training partners, those preschool teachers and those providing direct services, and our state agencies, Head Start representatives, and anyone that we thought would have the expertise to engage in this and provide some useful information and knowledge. We also work to update the standards based on new and current knowledge and research, and looked at guidance from multiple state, local, and national resources that we sought to review this process and update the standards. We had several things that we considered as we went through to make sure that we were being very thorough and making the adjustments that were needed. One was to make sure that the standards were appropriate for what we would expect for children at each age and stage of development. And so we wanted to make sure that they weren't just watered down K through 12 standards. A couple of examples are on the slide for you. One was a standard that was originally for a toddler, and the toddler age was children by 36 months of age. It originally read shares with others and takes turns with adult guidance. And we realized that's not very realistic for a toddler to do that on their own. And so we updated it to say begins to share and takes turns with adult guidance. Another standard was in the physical health and development, and it said alerts adults to potential harmful situations, and that was under a toddler standard, and we moved that to the pre-3, which is by age 48 months standard. We also wanted to make sure that these standards were easy to read and they were clear, and they could be easily understood by licensed teachers, childcare providers, and families. So we made sure that the language we used was clear. We added actually some glossary for terms that we thought that some might not understand what we're meaning by that when it was used throughout the document. A couple of instances, examples are a standard that said, create a caring community by considering it a high priority to foster caring attachments between fellow students, staff, and the community. That's kind of a long standard and wasn't very clear to us what that meant. So we updated that to say fostering caring attachments between fellow children, staff, and the community. Another instance was in the science standards. It was previously named Motion and Stability, Forces and Interactions, and we renamed that Movement and Simple Machines. We also looked to make sure that we weren't missing any standards for any of the age groups and make sure that this was comprehensive. So there were some kindergarten standards weren't included in the last version, and so we included those and updated to make sure that those were all in there. A few were in the approaches to learning domain for problem solving and also physical health and development domain. Another thing we noticed as we went through is that some of the standards were duplicated or repeated across different age groups. It might have been listed as a standard for an infant in approaches to learning, but then also the same exact wording and standard might have been later in the document in another content area. And so we cleaned that up to just make sure it was clear and not repetitive in some areas. And a couple examples are demonstrates increasing awareness of others' feelings. It was removed from the toddler standards to prevent a repeated standard from a mobile infants of another area. Another was confirms understanding of a text read aloud or information presented orally or through other media by asking and answering reasoning questions. It was removed from a pre-K standard to prevent a repeated standard that was already in another area for kindergarten.
So I'm going to go ahead and jump in to our content areas and some of the specific changes that we made to each of the areas. In August, the core team was ready to begin work on the content areas, and for this part of the work, we gathered content area specialists to help with each area. So these specialists included experts from the field on topic areas, including child care providers, we had teachers, Head Start teachers and directors, we had trainers, we had 2- and 4-year college representatives, and we consulted with our KSDE staff that specializes in each of the subject areas for K through 12, just to name a few of our partners. So beginning in August, the first meeting of each month was centered around a content area and involved the larger group of both the content specialists and the core team. These meetings were all held virtually, and groups reviewed the current standards and then worked to make edits. During the second meeting of the month, the core team met to discuss suggestions that were made by the content area specialists and to make final decisions on our revisions. As the team progressed through the standards, a consistent issue we found were that there were quite a few standards that were the same or repeated, just like Amy was talking about. For example, the language standard uses frequently occurring nouns and verbs is listed as both a pre-4 and a kindergarten standard. So the team worked to make sure the standards show up just where they're appropriate. But I do want to point out that we did not change any of the kindergarten standards. Those were just pulled directly from those subject areas. So in the introduction, we updated that with the current information, talking about our revisions. We rearranged the order a little bit of the introduction and wordsmith for more plain language. We also added our section on inclusion of children with disabilities and supporting children from diverse backgrounds. In all of the content areas, we updated the introductions. As Amanda stated, we often have users who will just skip directly to the subject area that they want to concentrate on. So we wanted to be sure that they still had that statement on supporting children from all backgrounds and the statement on how KELS should be used. We also added key terms for each content area. Amy talked a little bit about how we tried to use plain language, but there are some technical terms that we wanted to leave in the document, and so we provided a key for those. And then we dug into each domain. So approaches to learning was our first domain. There is not a K through 12 approaches to learning standards specifically, but we did find a direct connection between our approaches to learning and the college and career competency framework. Very minor updates were made to the approaches to learning standards. We did simplify some language, and we added in the kindergarten standards for problem solving that were not in there earlier. The next meeting was over our physical health and development standards. Changes in this content area included changing the subset large motor to be called gross motor. It's just simplifying that language so it matched the fine motor, which was the next section. We added in the kindergarten nutrition content standards that were not there before. And we changed the title of the personal hygiene section to be called self-care. We adjusted some of the safety standards to make them more age appropriate. And we added in the kindergarten standards for injury prevention and safety. In October, the team focused on social emotional development standards. We always hear from our kindergarten teachers that if we can get these standards down with our early childhood kiddos, that they can tackle the academic stuff. So we felt like this was a really important section. This is where young children learn to interact with other people, to learn problem solving and self-regulation. Teaching social skills can also prevent those behaviors that can be challenging to the adults. So in this section, we removed the subsection that said, play a developmentally appropriate role in classroom management and school governance. This section had standards that were represented in other sections of the document, as well as some that just did not make sense to the title of the subsection. The wording of some of the subsections were updated to reflect more direct language, and overall made the section more meaningful and appropriate. Under character development, we renamed subheadings in this section to make them clearer. For example, what once said develop, implement, promote, and model core ethical and performance principles became develop an understanding of right and wrong, much simpler language. In responsible decision-making and problem solving, we renamed subheadings in this section to make them clearer and age appropriate. We removed a section on classroom management and school governance. Our 0 to 5-year-olds are not really developmentally ready to be in control of classroom management or school governance. We removed references to other standards and added appropriate standards under the problem solving subheading. In the personal development section, we renamed subheadings in this section to make them clearer and age appropriate. We removed 2 toddler standards that were repeated from the infant section. They were most appropriate under infants, so we were able to remove those. We updated a subsection on goal setting to make it more developmentally appropriate. And then under social development, we removed a standard that was not yet age appropriate, talking about responding to emotion in socially appropriate ways. In February, the team decided to add a section on citizenship to these standards. These were originally located in the social studies section of the standards, which has now been removed. So we'll talk more about that in a moment. Our next section was communication and literacy skill development. This domain was rearranged to reflect the way young children learn. So we started with speaking and listening, then moved to language, then literature, foundational skills, and lastly, writing. So under literature, we combined what was once literature and informational text. Those were two different sections. We combined them into one section because for early childhood, a lot of those just repeated themselves. So it made more sense to just combine them. Several of the subheadings were reworded to make the section clearer and more relevant to early childhood. There was some minor wordsmithing to make standards clearer, and then we added standards under craft and structure about identifying parts of a book. What was once foundational skills became foundational reading skills. There was some people asking foundational what skill, they weren't sure what that was about. So we added reading in there. Wordsmiths for some more clear language. We also removed the subheading phonics and word recognition. These standards didn't go anywhere. They were just added into the phonological awareness section. For writing, the three writing subheadings that were once in the writing section were combined into one section. For speaking and listening, we renamed the subheadings to make them more clear and did some minor wordsmithing. And then we also, under language standards, removed a 3-year-old and 4-year-old standards because they were just a repeat of a kindergarten standard, which is where that standard really should have been. So, mathematical knowledge was our topic in December. Under counting and cardinality, we adjusted the numbers in the 4-year-old counting standards to make it more developmentally appropriate. It was once counts in sequence to 30, and that was updated to 20. The research tells us that that's where kiddos should be counting. Minor wordsmithing was done for clarity. And then we removed the standard that says demonstrates an understanding that each successive number name refers to a quantity that is one larger from the 4-year-old standards, as this is a kindergarten standard and it's more appropriate for kindergartners. Under operations and algebraic thinking, we added 4-year-old standards. Under measurement and data, we removed an infant standard. It was just not developmentally appropriate yet. And there were no changes to the geometry section. Science was our topic in January. This section, the group really noted that the math and science standard do tend to cross over. Updates in this section, we added a section on scientific inquiry. This was just the basis for scientific learning, but not just that, but much of early childhood learning in general. We thought that was important for us to add that in there. We rearranged some of the standards to group together those about weather. Some of the standard names were updated for more plain language. For example, motion stability, forces and interactions was updated to movement in simple machines. Earth systems was updated to environment and climate. And from molecules to organisms, structures and processes was updated to habitats and human impact. What was once energy, this section only included items for 3s and 4s, and they both involved characteristics of the sun. These were combined into environment and climate section, and the energy section was removed. From molecules to organisms, structures, and processes. This section was combined with Earth and human activity and renamed Habitats and Human Impact, and there was just some minor wordsmithing in there as well. For Earth systems, this was renamed Environment and Climate. It has some items on weather that were previously found in the social studies content area, as well as the science area. And then under what was once Earth and Human Activity, we combined this one with Molecules to Organisms and renamed it Habitats and Human Impact. So lots of just simplifying down the science section. Social studies is what we concentrated on in February. Most of our social studies standards were already covered in other content areas or were not developmentally appropriate. We also found that many states do not have early childhood standards for social studies at all. So the group decided to remove the inappropriate standards and those that were repeated from other sections. There were several related to weather that we moved to the science standards, and several already existing in the social emotional standards. This left just a small group of standards that all had to do with the topic of citizenship. This section was added to the social emotional development standards under the interpersonal skills heading. Again, the standards that were in this section that were appropriate were not deleted. We still have all the standards that were in there. They're just in different places now. They're relocated into other sections of the document. So what was once government, items in this section could already be found in the social emotional standards or were added to that community and citizenship subheading. What was once economics, these items in this section could already be found in the social emotional standards. For geography, items in this section were added to the community and citizenship subheading. And for what was once Kansas, United States, and world history, items in this section could already be found in other content areas. Creative arts was our last content area. This section once had, so for each of those 4 topic areas, it would have 4 subheadings under each one. These were not all developmentally appropriate, and many of the 0 to 3 standards were just repeated from other sections. So the group decided to reduce the standards to 1 large section for each of the 4 headings. We removed the standards that weren't appropriate, and we also renamed the acting and theater heading to a more early childhood appropriate dramatic play. So we have been gathering feedback from the public on our updates. We've had many opportunities, as you can see, of different groups that we've gathered feedback from. It's been quite positive and centered around how much easier it is to understand and lots of appreciation for the plainer language. There were a few items from the public feedback the revision team is currently considering. Some of it was just simple numbering errors. Some were suggestions around separating standards that had 2 different skills combined into 1 standard. So those suggestions and updates are not yet in the draft that you have, but I will be doing a red line of any changes that the revision team decides to make on those. So moving forward, we will be presenting to the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund on December 1st, and then we will be coming back to you all in December to take action on this as well.
Can we ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Or 2? I'll start with Jim McNeese.
Well, thank you for your presentation. I must say, as a parent, teacher, or coach, and a social studies teacher, I'm not so sure I agree with some of the things you took out on I guess, citizenship and issues of introduction of history or, culture. You took them out, and there aren't any in there. Didn't hear any.
Has it been replaced in a different area, though?
I didn't hear it.
It should be in the,
Well, when you say replaced, I say move to a place where it has less emphasis and is not at the forefront. I,
So.
I know it might sound like, I don't know, guess we're not teaching about who we are.
Do you want me to? Sure. So, I hear you. When I first heard that that was one of the changes that we were considering, I had a similar reaction. But as I really dug in and looked to see where the standards were already included and heard feedback about how we can make this document really be something that's useful, I've been persuaded that this content area is still really covered. It's just now in a way that's not duplicated in other areas and where it really best fits the progression of what children know and can be able to do at a very young age, so that it can be a document that is most useful and so that we can be most effective at teaching this kind of knowledge and these kinds of skills. So I would
Well, I'm going to
encourage.
interrupt you here and
Please do.
just say, if I've got to think about it, I'm probably not going to know it when you read a document like this. I mean, if I'm going to assume, well, yeah, I think they're talking about this, especially when it comes to those issues we've been talking about, and I don't know, it just seems to me that we're counting on somebody, yeah, maybe we ought to do this, but it's really not in there. I think it's in there. We got to be pretty explicit when it comes to dealing with young children, especially toddlers and above, and also with the people who are teaching it.
A good next step might be for us to go through the red line together, to be able to really go standard by standard and see where things are and where they fit in the proposed revision.
We think of them from our perspective different than the people do or the practitioners at their level. Not that we're higher and better, but we write them and read them. They read them and implement them.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that can get lost in the implementation because it's not explicit.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Dina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of my concerns with or it's a question at this point, I also have somewhat the same concern as Jim Neese has, but mine extend maybe further in the sense that I want to make certain that when you're talking about kindergarten, that it actually also references what our already determined standards for that area reference. So you're not rewriting or adding to, subtracting from. So there's confusion if I'm a kindergarten teacher, what I should be teaching. And perhaps if some of the things that deal with social studies are included in other areas, could you not reference where they're located? So those are just some comments, and you're free to comment back.
So as you're
Thank
taking a
you.
look at the document, the furthest right column is the kindergarten standards,
Right.
the existing kindergarten standards, and references where, which standards they refer to, which set of standards.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, for example, in visual arts, I know there are specific standards for kindergarten. And I just want to make sure that, and in math, I'm assuming the same thing.
Yep.
So just to make sure that we are aligning what we're saying with the same standards that we've already approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think this is an amazing document. Thank you all so much. I remember when I was taking my granddaughter to daycare, the lady who ran the daycare, her one goal was, when these kids get to kindergarten, I want them to really be ready. What can I do to make that happen? And a document like this, which is for daycare providers, not to tell parents how to raise their kids. I mean, you know, we're going to get notes about, oh my God, the government's trying to take over the family. No, we're not. We're trying to give daycare providers ideas about, you know, all these things. I think it's just amazing. But I do plan to share this with other daycare providers that I know, to see what they like, if they'd like to see any more, whatever. And I encourage everybody to share this with daycare providers that you know, to ask them if this is the kind of resource that'd be helpful to them, because it's just amazing to me. So thank you for all your work.
Jim Porter.
I'm looking at foundational reading skills. My colleagues will not be surprised that I'm looking there. I'm concerned globally that we have percentages of students at all levels who struggle with reading. And I am looking for ways to identify as early as possible where that's going to happen, so that we can start intervening as soon as possible. What in this tells me that we're going to identify how early can we intervene and start the process of working on that if it happens. And by the way, I talk about reading all the time. I couldn't teach anybody how to read. So I'm not a reading specialist. I'm just obsessed with the fact that there are those people that can't read, and we need to deal with it.
Yes, so if providers are using our Kansas Early Learning Standards, they're going to notice when kiddos are not meeting or not able to do the things that we have in there. So that would tip them off that they would need to contact their local child find, basically, to figure out if there's someone we need to reach her.
Okay, if you live in a rural area with limited resources, and I represent a whole lot of people in that area, how do you find that person? How do you know what to do? I mean, if somebody called me and said, I wouldn't know, I would research it. But off the top of my head, I don't know how to tell them. I don't know how to tell them to do that.
I always tell them to contact their local school districts. School districts will know who their Part C or Part B person is usually, especially at the elementary school.
Okay.
They can connect you with your Part C partner to let you know who could figure that out for 0 to 3, or if your early childhood special ed coordinator for your school district.
And I would assume as soon as you identify that you contact the parent.
Unless it's the parent that's yeah.
So parent consent would be part of that process, engaging parents in that conversation. I do think that it's helpful, appreciating that we live in a really diverse state where you live has a huge impact on what services are available and who provides what service. We can't say enough that the resource 1-800-CHILDREN, if we're not sure where to send a family, if a family doesn't know where to start, that statewide we've invested in that 1-800-CHILDREN resource, that a family or a child care provider or anybody in a community who has an interest in early childhood can call. If they have a Kansas area code, they'll get routed to our Kansas Center. If they have an out-of-state area code, they'll get routed to the right place. But that number, that 1-800-CHILDREN Kansas app, and that 1-800-CHILDRENKS.org are a good first place, because we appreciate that it is confusing to figure out, okay, I've moved communities, who is it in my community that provides a particular service? So I don't think that we can say that enough, and I think that the more that all of you can help spread the word about that resource existing is something that would be a huge help. I also, to your initial question about how this document can help improve later literacy, I think that something that is really helpful as we're looking at this document is to understand that effective literacy instruction and pre-literacy skills look different for a 2-year-old than they do for a 6-year-old. And so this document can really help people understand what is age appropriate at each age, and what foundational skills do children need at an early age before they're then able to engage in skills that they'll be learning later. So I think it can be really helpful before we rush to be doing things that children are not yet developmentally ready for in a particular setting, right? Like tons and tons of worksheets is not the answer for really little kids
Basically
to
for
making sure
anything.
that we can teach reading effectively, right? So being able to say, okay, gosh, this is a document that can really maybe give me some ideas about what a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old can know and be able to do in the area of literacy might be a really helpful way that we can help build those foundational skills that we need, that we know are so important to later effective literacy instruction.
Okay, thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
will plug too. We haven't created it yet, but part of this is our companion website that we will be developing, and it will have activities that for kiddos who are not yet able to do something, or for skills that are not yet age appropriate, ways that practitioners can work on those skills and build up that foundation so that when it comes time to do those things that they're able to do it. So for reading, for example, we would ask practitioners to use big vocabulary and lots of words and play with words, things like that. But we'll have those suggestions on the website for ways that they can improve.
My turn. I appreciate that, and I'm on the same page as Jim, page 100. I'm talking about foundational reading skills. And there are references to pages, books, and things that they hold in their hands. And there are no references to digital devices. No phones, no computers, no iPads. But there's no mention of those devices. So I'm curious if you will take a stance on where devices belong in early childhood. I could tell you my opinion, but I trust experts, and it would be nice to have some guidance in this area.
So I also have an opinion, but I have not done a whole bunch of research on it, but I can tell you that there's not reference to digital in here, probably for a reason. All of our core team and our content specialists that worked on this know their stuff. And I don't know if anybody else wants to speak to digital or...
So
Sheila.
that's a common theme or question around early childhood development. And one of the things that we're seeing is that there's an overuse of technology. One of the things that we've talked about is identifying the appropriate practice of the use of technology and the time amount. A lot of children, we try to provide hands-on learning engagements because that is what is going to stem the learning process with children. Activating all senses. And when we divert that to a one piece of technology, that's not gonna activate all of the senses. They're already utilizing on technology at home, whether it's phones, whether it's their own little device, whether it's TV. We want to provide hands-on learning engagements for our children. And one of the things that we've seen just because of the overuse of technology is that we are seeing a higher number of students needing vision referrals because of the overuse. They're not getting outside and getting that daylight. So that's something that within our own community that we've seen. So that's why we kind of have taken a step back to identify what are the hands-on skills and activities that we want in the content areas that are viable within our classroom settings.
And this
learning
sorry.
settings. And learning settings.
And this is also certainly a place where remembering the very wide range of settings where these early learning standards need to be used, and also really hoping that this is work that can be shelf stable and that isn't going to be due for an update in the very near future. So when we're thinking about what the use of technology can look like, right, knowing that we have the technology for teletherapy or for virtual home visits if needed in some areas, knowing that these are standards that can be used in many different early learning environments. This is certainly something that was discussed that was something that we knew that we wanted to review, but as we were considering what the proper role of this document is and how it should be used, didn't feel like really the place to provide that kind of guidance.
Well, so that's my next question for you is, where is the right place to make that recommendation for limits? And I want to, before you answer that,
Yep.
let's be careful about using the word technology, because if you look up the dictionary definition of technology, it's going to lead you to a calculator. And so there's a difference between devices, a child holding something in their hand and interacting with it, and watching TV. Both may be considered not good for children at a certain age, and there should be a limit on each. Those limits may be different. The utilization of those in learning may be different. So I'll come back to the question, when it comes to recommendations on limits, where does that belong and who makes that decision?
The American Academy of Pediatrics provides great guidance on this topic and is usually my go-to when considering what's available. And then there's also, is it the Fred Rogers Center, or is it the, yeah?
Or is it Mr. Is it just Mr. Rogers?
Yes, I hear yes. I hear yes. Thank you. Sorry. The Mr. Rogers Center also provides very good guidance at the national level. And so being able to highlight those resources for people to be able to evolve. And I believe that the state board has recently heard a presentation that covered some of those considerations. So we'd be glad to pull those pieces together if you're interested in specifically what kind of guidance is available, or what do we highlight for folks when they're curious about what they need to be using to make decisions on those topics.
I fear that people are not curious. They're not asking the question. It is common to see small children holding phones. So the curiosity is lacking. You guys did a great job with the updates. I love the accessibility that has come out of this effort. I heard several times in the beginning of the presentation, we wanted to make this easy for people to use and understand. And that quickly led me to, it's great to have a book on a shelf, but what other ways can you get this out? I'm thinking, do you make little cards? Is there an app for that? Right, as I talk about technology. But making things accessible is important. And if this information is not included somehow in this document, I worry that it's not accessible. And if somebody's not curious, they're not asking the question. And so, yes, AFP has some great things that are put together, but they're buried and people aren't asking those questions. And so you've been around long enough to know that this is a mantra of mine. And so I just want to bring it back, that we need to be thinking about really providing guidance, especially in early childhood. Don't want to end on that note. You really did amazing work, and I love the accessibility and the usability of this document. So congratulations. Thank you very much. Give board members one last chance to ask any questions. Otherwise, we'll see you back next month.
Wonderful. We will look forward to seeing you then. You all have our contact information, but it's here if you need it. Thank you for your time today.
Well, all right. Next up, we have Nathan McAllister for approval of the Kansas Standards for Library and Information Literacy. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Dr. Watson, members of the board. I am back to discuss the library standards as an action item for today for adoption. I'm going to do a quick review and refresher of where this process is and how we went through this process of reviewing these standards. So we'll get right into it. Again, as a review, these are...
Apologies, I'm going to interrupt you for just a minute. Let's take a quick pause and let some conversations wrap up. Okay. Thank you.
Not a problem. As you know, library standards are model standards and therefore not assessed at the state level. They are curricular standards, and again, these are there to support best learning experiences for Kansas students and to guide library educators. I want to give a thank you to our co-chairs, Rachel Yoder and Myra Dow, and the team that they put together to go through these standards. Both put in countless hours to make sure that we got the best result we could. And our committee, as you know, met online exclusively, started in February and wrapped up in August. And then we had our board presentation in September. And now after public comment, we're back in November. Our committee members, as you can see, from across the state. And again, we had two subcommittees, one focused on elementary and the other on secondary. Again, meeting all virtually. Literacy was one of our skills outcomes, as well as reading as a lifelong learning outcome. And then vertical alignment from pre-K through 12 was also an area of focus. And then just to review, we have our anchor standards from 2017 and how those have changed to 2023. And again, another example, pre-K and 6-8 as those changes occurred within the standards. Changes based on feedback, so we gave the appropriate time for feedback, had 2 virtual meetings, as well as the comment period online for the public to comment. Based on the public response, we had 2 changes. Both are on page 18, both are at the high school level. And as you can see, standard 12.4.2, and the change would be to add purpose and value of various types of information. So the bold language are the changes that were asked by the public. And then the other is 12.4.7, to recognize, and the word that was there was realize, and many of the educators said that realization is not necessarily measurable, whereas recognition would be. So those are our changes based on the public's feedback. Any questions?
I see none. I would be ready for a motion. Dina?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the Kansas standards for library and informational literacy as presented.
Is there a second? Betty? Any further discussion or questions? All in favor, raise your hand. I got 8 opposed. 2. 8 to 2, motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Let me make a comment. This is not just to you, Nathan, but as we have presentations from anybody in the department in the future, whenever you put the names of the people that were on the committee along with a USD number, I don't always know where they're from. So I would like, as a matter of course for everybody, if they're going to list something like that and you put the USD number, you also put where the school is, because even though I may know 50, there's a 200 I don't know. So, and
Very good.
my guess is that my colleagues are the same way.
Thank you.
No objection here. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at, let's see, 10, let's just call it 10:20, almost 15 minutes. We're going to next welcome Ben Proctor with the research work on TNTP proposal, and I do want to note that Betty Arnold had to leave early, and so she is gone for the day. Welcome.
Am I on? Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair, and state board members, and Dr. Watson for the opportunity. I was able to share a little bit with you yesterday, and maybe this is a trend for me, as I learned from Jay. Today, just so you're aware, is National Clean Out Your Refrigerator Day, which I think is important for my wife to know. I haven't sent it to my wife, so I'm not going to do that to anybody else either. It's also, I don't know if you remember Steve Irwin, but today is Steve Irwin Day. And if you remember Steve Irwin, the crocodile hunter, just an amazing person. And so I thought that was good. I tend to follow his kids and his wife just in things that they do and what a legacy he's left. But also it's American Education Week, and today is a day we celebrate what we call support professionals that help support kids and educators in Kansas, and think about our secretaries, custodians, paras, teachers' aides, all those people, the cafeteria workers, all those people that support kids and educators on a daily basis, and we just can't celebrate those people enough. So I thought that a great day to honor a lot of people. Today I just want to provide some information. It's very much connected to what Dr. Jay and I talked with you about yesterday, and it's about the work of school improvement, and I call it building capacity. We only have so much capacity. We only have so many people here at KSDE and so many people across the state to do this work, and we try to find good partners that can help us and support us, especially as we try to take and succeed in taking a very evidence-based approach. So anything that we promote, we talked about several months ago this idea of high leverage, and I think Mr. Porter asked a really good question, is structured literacy, is letters training a high leverage action that we want to see taken in school systems to help students and help systems better prepare students to read and read effectively, and we would say absolutely that there's evidence to suggest that. And so these two potential partnerships that you're going to consider next month, that I'm going to provide you with information on today, we believe can help build our capacity to do this work, and we would be leveraging remaining ESSER funds to partner with them that are state allocated funds for KSDE to use. And so just kind of walk through with you today what these two groups could provide for us as we think about the support that our staff needs ultimately to do the build, as we've talked about over the last several months related to the execution of our plans. So I'm going to start with a firm called TNTP. I think they go by the acronym TNTP, but historically they were known as the New Teacher Project. And I became familiar with them when I read in 2018 The Opportunity Myth. And if you haven't come across that, I would encourage you just to take a look. And I can't help but think about what Dr. Anderson and her students presented yesterday with their college prep program. I couldn't help but think about the research behind the opportunity myth that TNTP did a few years ago, and it's all about expectations. So when we talk about quality instruction, we talk about high expectations, that's a lot of what that research suggests. And with that comes the importance of high quality instructional materials. And that's an acronym that in the education world we know, HQIM, and so I often refer to it as HQIM, but we're talking about high quality instructional materials. And to be quite honest, as a school leader, as a principal, as a superintendent, while I knew curriculum mattered, I didn't know the degree to which it matters. And one of the things I've learned from our staff and just through study here at the State Department is we need to equip our systems with the ability to choose high quality materials, especially in key areas like literacy and math and science and social studies. And so what TNTP is proposing for us, at least initially, is basically an audit of what are the materials that we're using across Kansas. What kind of instructional materials do we have, especially in those core areas of math and English language arts and science. And one thing that we hear and we heard loud and clear just recently at the annual conference, and this was part, again, I referenced our Cookies and Conversation session, and it was actually interesting because it came from some larger district superintendents saying, we would love for the state of Kansas, the State Department, the State Board, to provide us with better information on high-quality materials, curriculum that's aligned to standards, and as we think about the high-leverage nature of the materials themselves related to the implementation of fundamentals, it's something that a lot of states are working towards right now, and while we want to maintain that local control and that local option, I think our team believes that providing a good resource for systems, for school systems to be able to select materials that are aligned to our standards, that are high quality, is very important work. And so this initial audit that TNTP is proposing, and they've done this work in other states, is to just look at what are the materials that we are currently using across Kansas, and what's the degree to which they are aligned and high quality and all those types of things. So the timeline for this proposal, again, this would be a consideration for the board in December that we believe is a part of that capacity building process. The work would begin in January of '24, and a survey would be developed. We would engage just in the way that we do with our systems. That's through the existing collaborative opportunities that we have, and ultimately develop a survey and materials that explain the importance of the curriculum and materials that are being used, and that they are aligned and that they are high quality. And then we would have information, the board would have access to data to better understand what kind of gaps we currently have. And again, talking to system leaders and being one of those myself, just a few years ago, I was so fortunate to have a curriculum expert that I could rely on. And I could lean on her when it was time to invest, when we knew we needed to update. And I'm so thankful that I had her and that we were able to choose something that we know is high quality, we know is aligned to structured literacy. And that's where I think other states that we're starting to see improve outcomes for kids, when you're able to combine the training with the materials, and then you build that instructionally coherent model, that's where you really start to see improvement in those outcomes. So again, as a high leverage opportunity, we believe this proposal from TNTP sets the stage for the state board, the State Department, to provide better support and information, not a dictation of materials, but a resource that systems could rely on us to be able to provide good information on what is high quality and what is aligned. And that's proposal number 1 for consideration. And Madam Chair, I'll just move right into the second one, if that's okay, unless somebody has questions so far.
No questions yet, so yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
So the other group is Hanover Research, and we had a long-standing relationship with Hanover when I came into the department about a year and a half ago as part of ESSER fund usage, and they did a lot of research, did a lot of analysis of learning loss in Kansas, and when it was time to consider renewal with them, at the time I wasn't finding exactly why we would want to do that. But we knew that they provided us with really quality information over a period of years, and we didn't want to just renew because they do good work. We needed a purpose for that. So we actually ended that relationship last summer when that contract ran out. But we also knew that as we were developing this new school improvement model and our eventual KISA 2.0 protocol, that they would be a good firm to talk to about potential support. And so I just want to walk through a proposal that they've given us to support different aspects of what you've heard over the last several months. And it's our staff taking the lead on the work. Part of the reason that we're not filling in all the details right now is because we believe that we want our staff to own the school improvement work and own accreditation in Kansas. But what Hanover can do, number one, is provide a tremendous research base. And again, everything that we propose to school systems as being high leverage and leading indicators of the right work, we want to make sure it's very much grounded in research and evidence. And they provide tremendous research. And as a capacity issue, our staff, they do tremendous work, and it would be such a benefit to them to not have to do the research and the work, but be able to rely on a group that can provide the research base for the types of structures and lead indicators. If you think back to that school improvement model, where we've got specific structural elements within a system that are very important to analyze, and then this idea of what are the characteristics of those structures that are grounded in evidence and research to produce better outcomes for students. They can provide that background and that research for us, which I believe is a huge benefit for our staff. As they start to do work, if it would be approved by the state board in December, it would begin in January. And again, a lot of it would be around our fundamentals. One of the things that they provided to us to this point in a previous contract was research briefs on our fundamentals. Just what does the research say around structure literacy and standards alignment, so we have a basis for that. So that every time we talk about applying those and implementing those, we know that we're grounded in evidence that these things matter and produce results for students. So they provide that. They also would help us select the most high leverage structures. So whether it's resource allocation, which is an example, what is the evidence behind research allocation whenever it comes to implementation of fundamentals? What about teacher evaluation or professional learning or professional collaboration or family engagement? All these things that we know exist to a degree, what is the evidence behind that? And what are the high leverage actions that systems need to take? So they can provide that and help support our staff with the selection of those items, which we believe is a huge support as we build this model out, and provides an expanded capacity for our staff that, again, we have limited numbers of people that can do this work. So we believe it'll be a good partner in that way. And that would happen over the course of the spring as we roll this out in the fall. And then secondly, the other big part of what they would provide for us is the protocol that I know so many of you are wanting to know more about. So when we sit down with school systems and we analyze gaps and we do gap analysis, or we do the needs assessment process, and we start looking at, from a system standpoint, what is it that might be missing around structured literacy or around standards alignment or around the use of balanced assessment, or just how you approach instruction within your school system. When we do that gap analysis, we need protocols and processes to be able to facilitate that conversation, which ultimately leads to an action plan. And when we talk about the development of that action plan, that's where, in my opinion, a highest degree of accountability needs to lie. And we believe that a co-created action plan based on that gap analysis and having a good protocol and a good facilitation process to be able to complete that is essential. And then, as Marzano talks about, a longstanding, well-known researcher, I like his idea of high reliability. So once you decide as a system, and we can confirm that in that action plan, these are high leverage actions, they're grounded in evidence and research, they're based on the gap that exists within the system, then we believe if you're a highly reliable organization, you'll do what you say you're going to do, and you'll implement that action plan at that point. And Hanover can help us build those protocols. They can support our staff. So when you think about our program manager team that has expertise in the standards, being able to utilize and lean on a group that we know does great research, we believe will support that work in a tremendous way. So the rest of basically the rest of 2024 then just becomes a part of that facilitation process. And I think one of the things that we're going to benefit so greatly from when we start sitting down with systems and doing that gap analysis and understand what are the gaps in implementing these fundamentals, and what are the high leverage actions that systems need to take to begin filling those gaps, the board's going to have access to a lot of information because we're going to be facilitating those conversations and identifying where those gaps exist. So again, going back to the example of curriculum, if you don't have a curriculum that's aligned to structured literacy, you can do letters training, but you're going to have limitations in the effectiveness of your literacy program. And that's where that coherence piece comes in. And so we're going to be collecting information from systems on what those gaps are, and then we develop plans. They create those plans with our help and facilitation to fill those gaps, and we'll be able to provide summaries to the board on what those gaps look like. So these proposals, as we work with different groups, these proposals, again, are part of capacity building. They're supportive of our staff to be able to execute this work in a really good way. Right now, we have remaining ESSER funds for the State Department of Education. Our team believes that these are two areas that are very high leverage for us. They'll be very meaningful as we start to execute this plan, and this would be something for the board to consider in December. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll take any questions you have.
There are a few. Start with Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's 50-some thousand for TNTP and 300,000 for Hanover.
So yes, the cost for the curriculum audit is $54,000. We do believe, so this would be my perspective, and we haven't stepped into this yet, but we believe that after the audit, we need to have and develop a resource, whether that's a dashboard, whether it's a place that we can house on our website, where we can start to identify those aligned curriculum, quality instructional materials, which we believe will also be supported by our evidence-based list, which we're also working on right now. So this is initial work that would take place over a period of about 3 months that would then position the board to decide what you want to do with that information.
Okay.
I believe our team will recommend that we move that forward in a way that provides districts with selection options.
Right, we've talked about that. The Hanover thing, though, looks like it's continuing, and I don't mind help with the capacity building because I don't think we have nearly enough people on staff to do the work we're proposing, but where's the money come from after '24?
So we would be, my understanding is from our ESSER team, we would be able to enter a 2-year contract with them utilizing the ESSER funds that we know run out in '24, but we'd be able to extend that as long as we enter that contract before September of 2024.
But probably couldn't get it past '25.
I don't
Out of
know if,
ESSER
I
money.
think part of the issue would, right now, I don't know what we would continue to do with them after 2025. So it would be a conversation worth exploring if we felt like there was work to continue
Okay.
beyond that.
Well, I couldn't tell if, from what you were saying, if, when you're talking about them doing gap analysis, are they going to work with individual districts to say, you've got a gap, or?
No, they're going to work with our team to develop the process to identify those gaps. So they're going to help us develop the protocols, the templates, potentially the rubrics. Yes, all those things that I know a lot of board members have been asking about. They would support our staff in developing those things, what those processes would be.
So how do you see them fitting, if at all, with the Accreditation Advisory Council? Because they used to help us develop some of these things.
I think so we have proposals on paper, but we also have a lot of conversations. So we've been meeting with them for several months. And one of the things that we wanted to make clear in the proposal is that they support our teams, which would include our Accreditation Advisory Council. So any teams that we have that are working towards implementation of KESA 2.0, what Hanover provides is the support for the people who are doing the work.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Ben, I'm just curious, why is it not just called instructional materials? Why high quality? I mean, why do we say high quality? Are we not using quality instruction across Kansas? I mean, I'm assuming we would be. That's a local decision, and they're thinking that they're getting the best they're choosing the best curriculum for, that they feel like in their community, based off of what's going on in their community as far as agricultural, industrial, whatever it is that's going on in that area. They're using quality instruction to adhere to the standards. And then I would also like to know, is there any background or research in areas where in the states, other states that have been used, do we have any research on what has happened in those areas when they started implementing this, and what's the feedback from those communities as far as when that process took place? Like, what was the feedback of that? I know, because I would say we're probably one of the most locally controlled states of all the states. We are the most, we let KSAB, I'm just concerned what KSAB thought of this as well, as far as like, us going in there and then saying, well, this isn't high quality. Well, based off of whose evidence? I mean, based off of what? Because I would say there's a lot of quality instructional materials out there. Are we going to oversee things that locally, just recently, they pulled out some things that someone thought that was deemed it a good resource, and it was brought to the attention of the local board and was pulled immediately and given back to that company. So I'm just curious, who's overseeing which curriculums are deemed high quality and just instructional? And those are my questions.
Sure. And I'm going to preface this by saying I'm not an expert on it. We have team members who are. And so I want to make sure that I speak from what I know, but we bring the right people in to answer that question specifically. But here's what I know. There's a research base behind this idea of high quality instructional materials. And I'm going to start with what I know and what I've read and what I've been provided by people who do this work and have expertise in it. Part of the high quality nature is it aligned to, again, the state standards? Is it aligned to a requirement around structured literacy? And so there's the quality nature based on what the curriculum is aligned to. The second thing I'll say on that is talking to a lot of superintendents, they feel ill-equipped to select materials that meet those requirements. It's not their area of expertise either, especially when you think about English language arts K through 12, or even pre-K through 12. You think about math. Very few people have strong expertise that are making those decisions around resource allocation in all the content areas and all the grade levels. So we hear that we have deficiencies or deficits in our selection process because every vendor is going to say they're highly aligned and high quality. And that's, I think, part of the challenge. And so you select something, you may even have a good process to go through, but then you identify what you've selected doesn't necessarily meet the Kansas State standards, or isn't highly aligned to those standards, or isn't grounded in structured literacy. So I think we're hearing that that's a support that many are saying we would like for the state to provide, not to dictate what we select, but provide us with the resources, the evidence behind a particular material, so that when we select and we want to choose something that means a lot to our community as we go through that process, we know that we're selecting something that the state would say isn't as highly aligned as maybe something else. So more and better people can talk about specifics around their curriculum and their standards, but those are things that we're hearing right now. And I need your second question again.
Yes.
Sorry about
So
that.
as far as, obviously there has to be some research done, since it's been around a little while, in the areas where states have said, yeah, sure, we'll go ahead and use your system or your program to offer up some high quality instruction. I just want to know, how has that been received in those areas? Is there a track record? Are there, I want to hear from I want to see something from people that are actually in those communities, like parents or whatever, that not just feedback from other people that deem themselves as experts. I mean, I'm talking about parents in that area, because you might get some pushback on what they deem our state standards are, and if they agree with them, and if they don't align with them, then they're going to they're going to fight back on the school and opt their kid out of that. That's what's going to continue to happen if we keep pushing things that the communities don't want or the parents don't want.
Yeah, and I don't know if we would push it. I think we would offer the opportunity to see what is aligned and allow, again, systems to be able to choose that. I'll use Nebraska as an example. So the person, one of the two people that I work with from TNTP, he's a Kansas guy, I think grew up in Columbus, ended up working at the State Department in Nebraska. And Nebraska probably has a lot of similarities. I'm not super familiar. I'm from Oklahoma on the other side of Kansas, but he described a very local control oriented state in Nebraska. And a lot of the same things that he described in Nebraska at the time he was at the State Department, I would say is my perception right now. And that is we want local control, but we also want to make sure that we have good resources to be able to make decisions. And I think as they entered that work in Nebraska and did something very similar up there, what he told me they found, and I don't want to misquote him, but was that while local control continues to reign, when they provided that resource, they found that it was extremely helpful to their school systems to know that they're choosing from something that is high quality and highly aligned. And so that many school systems chose based on what the state was able to provide as a recommendation, not anything that would be dictated or I would say even pushed necessarily. We would argue that the State Department, the state board approves standards. And based on that, based on my understanding of the standards that the state board approves, those are the things that as a state we identify we want our kids to know and be able to do. And that's what you're going to be assessed on. So ultimately, we provide assessments based on those standards. And that's why that understanding what those standards are, I think, is really important. But I do believe that communities need to have that conversation. That's a part of our school improvement model as well, is being able to engage families in what it is we want our kids to know and be able to do. And that community might say, you know, this is something different than the state standards that are really important to us, and that's no problem on our end. But there is going to be accountability on performance against those standards, and that's where that high leverage point of quality curriculum that's aligned comes in. I will say, and I know we may be long here, and I know this is an information item today, but the state of Tennessee, I think, is another good example where TNTP has done their work, and that goes back to the training that they do around structured literacy integrates high quality instructional materials into the training itself that they believe is a critical element and is often missing in something like letters training, where you don't have that curriculum piece that's part of that training. So just as another example of a state that has worked with TNTP and they've seen really good progress in terms of student outcomes.
Michelle, been great. And this is a very delicate area, and I think you've raised it. We have long since, from the beginning of the state board, said, here are the standards, choose anything you want, right? That's a local control. Well, we hear from, especially our mid to smaller districts, we don't know what to select and spend. A mid-sized district on a language arts adoption today is going to spend $200,000 conservatively. We don't know that we're spending that right because we don't have anyone on our staff when all these vendors come in. So what Ben's trying to propose is, can we give you some guidance without telling you what to do? And that's hard, right? I think you're raising that issue. That's hard, and I think that's what we're trying to do both of a little bit better. The legislature, post-audit, has asked us to do that too. Can you give better guidance on how people spend this money that the state's giving? But we don't want to dictate how they spend that money. And so we're trying to balance that, and I think you're raising appropriate questions.
Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ben, you made a statement right at the beginning that you weren't convinced that Hanover, and I'm kind of going off of Ann, some of the questions she had, you weren't convinced that you needed them after you had their use or their services. And so I guess I'm asking if this is a contract for 2 years, if I understand that, that would you be convinced after 2 years you wouldn't need them again? Or how would that work out?
Well, so, great question, thank you. We weren't far enough along in the work at the point that our contract ended with them to say that we want to renew something. That they had proposed some different ideas, but we didn't want to invest in something that we ultimately didn't know for sure if that's the direction that we were going. And that's why we have a pretty short-term contract with them. I think the prior contract was 3 years. We don't want to, have a proposal that ultimately we don't believe the work continues, based on the need that we have from them. Not saying that it won't, but right now we would say that up to 2 years would put us in the position to be able to execute this plan in the way we feel like is really important. So I think it would be something that we'd want to review.
Okay, yeah, was my next question really was, is 2 years enough to, have evaluation that
So
this would be
I think
fulfill the need?
so, because there's so much that goes into this first year and second year when you think about the protocol development and the support that our staff needs. That I think we would have time to evaluate that and decide if that needs to continue. I would say the nature of what they would provide would change based on the progression that we go through as part of that KESA process.
Okay, and so my question really kind of comes down to, are you convinced that they're necessary for 2.0 to be successful as you move forward?
I think to have the type of support that our staff and the different groups that are going to be decision makers to build out that model and build out that process, I think they'll provide the support that's needed to our team so that they can do the work. And again, it must be, in my opinion, grounded in evidence and research, and that's their area of expertise. So they understand our model. They have met with our teams. We have a relationship with them. We believe that they speak our language and understand the nature of our work. And it'll be one of those things where we hit the ground running. I think there's some questions. Will this be ready in 24, 25? I would say a group like them, they put us in a much, much better position to successfully implement in 24, 25. Can we do it without them? Yes, but it supports our people.
One question, after 2 years, if you feel like you need to continue with them, where will the money come from?
We would have to, I think that's a big question that's going to be part of the ongoing conversation we have. So I think that when we start moving into this work, we have to evaluate organizationally what our priorities are. So I think whether it's Hanover relationship or whether it's how we're investing the current resources that we have as we elevate, certain things as priorities. I think we're asking systems to evaluate their resource allocation. Structurally, I think we have to be able to do the same thing. Wouldn't be able to answer that right. We wouldn't have the funding right now. But as we elevate priorities, I think the way we allocate resources has to reflect those priorities.
Thank you.
Dennis, I'd like to give the board an example of kind of what we're talking about today. When the ESSER fund, when ESSER 1 came out, it was a fairly small amount of money. We were able to handle that. ESSER 2, ESSER 3 was a large amount of money, had to be spent, as you know, in a relatively small period of time. We used a consulting group, as did much of government, Boston Consulting Group, to help us organize the framework of how you're going to collect this, how you're going to report it, set up the dashboard. And they worked with us in those early stages along with other parts of the government in their phases. And then we didn't need them anymore. I mean, so we still use that. I mean, they developed it. We still use that process every time we report those funds to you. They developed that for us, and then we were able to carry that on. I think that's what Ben's hoping. So that's why there's a scope here of work to be done and deliverables to be done. And then the hope is we may be able to continue that work without additional resources. We just have to see. So I hope that helps.
Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to follow up on what Dennis, it's a great question. How many complaints did we get on 1.0 that when we made a school conditionally accredited, it looked more like I'll know it when I see it rather than something firm that it was based on. Does that make sense? And that's why we said we needed consistency and clarity when we do determine that schools are not fully accredited. We talked about building rubrics to measure that, like hand it to a school and go, okay, here's why you got conditionally accredited for post-secondary success. Here's the rubric, and you fell short. That's why this is really critical, that we get some help developing these rubrics, so if we go forward to 2.0, we're not making the same mistake. We could hand schools something firm that said, you had a gap here, here's how we know. This is what the rubric shows, and 2 years ought to be enough to get it. And then to Michelle's question, which is really good, I am one of the lucky people who gets to review all the articles in the NASB Standard, the magazine you get. And you know, each time it focuses on one topic. The next one coming out is high quality instructional materials. And it's really great edition. I hope you all read it, because it talks about all the different resources that are out there for schools to assess high quality materials to make sure they're buying good stuff. But there's been a lot of research done. EDR and Louisiana's done a ton of stuff on it, I found out after I reviewed all these articles. But everything they're saying is right. The smaller districts could spend a ton of time. And why is that necessary if we can use the research that's out there and have this group pull it together for us just to make recommendations? And they really do need it, like I said, not mandates, but help us out here. I had to chuckle a little bit because I just read all these articles, and then I was on the Greenbush call last week, and they were talking about having a vendor fair to bring in textbooks. So I wrote them and I said, oh, are these vendors providing high-quality instructional materials according to EDR and some of that other? And they go, well, we don't really know. And I thought, that's a problem, you know, because these guys, the schools coming to the vendor fair, don't know either. We ought to make sure that we are recommending high-quality materials to every district, that they don't have to guess whether or not this is good stuff. And it'll help us, if we do move forward with 2.0, just to do it even better. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Michelle.
So just a quick follow-up on the high-quality instructional materials. There are some standards, I feel like, that are subjective standards coming from the state, the kindergarten readiness, the social emotional. So I would be curious to see what, I mean, because that's very subjective. And so the high quality in that, I would really like to see where we're not talking about math is math. And then it goes into concepts and all that, but I'm just talking about things that are very subjective that are in our state standards. So I'd like to see where we can find out what kind of resources they would use for those things that are their parents' responsibility.
I think just to speak to this particular proposal and this initial work, it would be around ELA, English Language Arts, math, and science is what we would start with.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could say one more thing. One thing I found most interesting was in these, they had one article that was just about science books and said only about 17% of all the science books out there are actually high quality. So, you know, it'd be nice for schools to know which few those were.
I tell folks all the time, I'm not the expert. I sit on a board, and it's my responsibility to ask the experts questions, but this is an instance where no one person can be the expert, and that's where consultants come in. So it'd be interesting to see what they can put together. I am a little bit curious, one last question, if this would, and you don't have to answer it now, but I'd like to know more about, is it a rating system? What is that display gonna look like for the districts? Is there, I thought I had a few more notes here. Just with regards to who's providing the curriculum, what the price tag is, all the things that you might pick up at a fair, but they're in leaflets, right? Like, sure. I'm just kind of curious how that data gets condensed into a table and how those individual items get rated. Is there a price tag associated? Can the user very quickly figure out what's going to be a good fit for their system if they're 50 kids versus, you know, several thousand?
Yeah, we'll work on that. So I'll get some answers to you there.
Great. I don't see any other questions. Thank you very
so
much. Next up is partnerships with private colleges in Kansas. And I want to welcome Matt Lindsay. Thank you so much for being here today, and sorry to make you wait a little bit.
No Thank you for the opportunity to come before you. My name is Matt Lindsay. I'm the president of the Kansas Independent College Association. And it's been a few years since I got to come speak with you in person, and appreciate the work you all do. And I know everybody in the among my colleges has a great appreciation for your work. So thanks for the opportunity to talk a few minutes. I am, as I said, the president of the KICA. And I represent the nonprofit accredited colleges across the state of Kansas. There are 21 of them. Of those 21, you have 18 of them that are primarily four-year institutions, primarily baccalaureate institutions, two that are primarily two-year institutions, and one that is mostly a graduate institution. They're all not-for-profit. They're all headquartered here in Kansas. They are all accredited, with most of them being with the Higher Learning Commission. And they're all, this is important in recent news, they're all non-selective in the sense that we don't have any Harvards or Stanfords or Dukes in Kansas. So if you can do college work, you want to come go to a nonprofit college in Kansas, we will welcome you with open arms. Important to also note that we are not coordinated, governed, or regulated by the Board of Regents. Kansas statute sets us and our nonprofit colleges outside of the Board of Regents authority, except in a couple of small areas like financial aid. We work alongside the regents and in partnership and cooperation, but they do not have a governance authority or regulatory over our schools. Here's the list of those schools that are a member of KICA, and I hope a few of them are familiar to you. On that list includes the two oldest colleges in the state of Kansas. In 1858, there were four higher ed institutions founded in the state of Kansas. One was Baker University in Baldwin City. They get to claim the oldest college in Kansas because they still operate as Baker University. The other private college established was Benedictine College, but they weren't called Benedictine College at the time. They were St. Benedict's. So they get to claim second because they changed their name after they merged with the Women's College across the street. The other two schools that were founded, one was called Highland College. Didn't last very long, but a few years later was reestablished as what is now Highland Community College. And a fourth school in 1858 was called Bluemont College. Bluemont College also didn't last all that long, but you might know parts of Bluemont College today as Kansas State University. So in 1858, four institutions, two still surviving under their original charter, one with its original name, and those two are the oldest in KICA. It includes the youngest college in the state of Kansas, Mid-American Nazarene University in Olathe, founded in 1966. It includes the first junior college in Kansas, Central Christian College in McPherson, mostly a four-year institution now, but was founded as a junior college. It includes the country's, I would argue, best college of chiropractic medicine, Cleveland University in Kansas City. If any of you are from the Johnson County area, you see their hill, the sledding hill as you drive on 435. There's some interesting irony in a chiropractic college having the best sledding hill in Johnson County. But it also includes the first college in Kansas to admit African Americans and women, Friends University. So a lot of history in this list, and I hope this rings a bell for many of you as some of the great jewels we have in Kansas. I took the liberty of trying to match them up to the districts, to the board's districts, so you can see in color coding which schools are in whose district. Obviously, we are concentrated in a couple of regions. We have a number of schools sort of in the greater Kansas City Northeast corridor, and then a whole bunch of schools up and down I-135 between Salina and Wichita, and then a few interspersed in other places. Important note here on how many students we're talking about. About 25,000, a little less, and you can see this is all campuses, all modalities enrollment, and this doesn't have this fall's enrollment, but it's a flat line. We're up about 0.5% in aggregate. This is all campuses, though. This includes every main campus student, every online student, every student who is at a satellite institution, whether in-state or out of state. For instance, Ottawa University in Ottawa has another residential campus in Arizona, in the Phoenix metro. They were the first on-ground nonprofit in the state of Arizona. They have a different sports team, they have dorms, and they are growing by leaps and bounds, but they are technically part of Ottawa University here in the state of Kansas. That's a flat number, and that's been about static for the last 5 or even 10 years. That represents about 12% of the higher ed enrollment in the state of Kansas. However, This is main campus enrollment. This is the primary campus of all 21 schools over the last 5 years. And you are going to see an interesting difference here. Our main campus has increased every year through the pandemic and beyond. We are growing at private colleges in Kansas. We are bringing people to Kansas. And that's been a success. I think our schools are really happy with where that's going. Obviously, that is 21 schools collectively, and that number is not distributed homogeneously, excuse me. But that is still a good sign for small nonprofit colleges when the average size is under 1,000 students. So you're talking about a lot of small institutions where an increase in enrollment or 5 to 10 students can make or break a year. Why have we been growing? It's not because we're enrolling more Kansans. In fact, we are seeing a dramatic increase since pre-pandemic in out-of-state students coming to KICA institutions. And that's coming from all over, but that is growing every year, and it's really adding to some diversity in our campuses. I would say you can see Texas, Missouri, California, Oklahoma, main drivers, but it's institution by institution. Manhattan Christian College in Manhattan has a big pipeline from Arizona. University of St. Mary in Leavenworth is pulling a lot of students from Montana and Idaho because the Sisters of Charity of Leavenworth have a separate facility up in Montana, and so that is driving some of the students. So you can see, it varies by the institution, but we are really seeing a lot more out-of-state students come to Kansas and attend a KIC institution. There's a lot of myths about private colleges, and I spend a lot of time trying to dispel those myths, and Kansas in particular. Private colleges in Kansas are not just for the rich. Often people think private colleges, they think of Harvard and they think of Stanford. In Kansas, our Pell Grant enrollment, so the percentage of our students who receive a Pell Grant, a pretty good proxy for low-income students. You can see here, we enroll a higher percentage of Pell Grant students than any of the other sectors in the state of Kansas. More of our students come from low-income families than any other of the sectors by percentage. And we're pretty proud, our graduation rate of those students, the completion of those students is competitive. Except for the technical colleges, and they are doing amazing work there and going gangbusters, we're right at the top. In the percentage of our students with Pell who finish their degree. That's a good sign. One of the things I always want to reiterate is Kansas's independent colleges are not just for the rich. And I don't have a slide on here, but our average tuition, the sticker price tuition, pre-scholarships in Kansas has been below 30% the national average for colleges for the last 15 years in a row. We are a relatively inexpensive set of nonprofit colleges in Kansas. Furthermore, the average debt, student debt of a KICA graduate has tracked almost exactly with the price of a base model Chevy Malibu in the state of Kansas for the last 25 years. Every year, the average debt is about $24,000 now, and the average price of a Malibu here, base model here in Topeka, is about $25,000. One of those depreciates the moment you drive it off the lot. One of those pays for itself over and over and over again through life. I'm not trying to say we shouldn't do things about college debt and try to make college more affordable. My point is in Kansas, we can say we are a relatively low student debt state, and we're doing a pretty good job of making college affordable. I think that's why more students are choosing to come here. Now, you invited me here, I suspect, more to talk about some of the things we do around teacher ed. And I put 4 bullets here. I've got a few slides on overlapping issues of concern where our group gathers to talk about things that I think are things you all care about as well. Of the 21 institutions, 17 of them have a teacher preparation program. Teacher ed has been a core part of why our schools exist in the first place. Our biggest majors tend to be teachers, nurses, social workers, helping careers, which sort of fits the mission you would expect of our schools. But 4 things that we're noticing. One is on enrollment in teacher prep programs. Second is talking about special education and science of reading and some of the work going on there. A third item I know you all care about is the readiness of high school graduates. And then I want to talk a minute about dual credit effectiveness and affordability. I mentioned in our schools, 17 have teacher ed programs. In 21-22, we awarded 329 bachelor's degrees in teacher education. That amounts to 17% of all the bachelor's degrees in teacher ed granted in the state that year. That's pretty consistent year after year. So I mentioned we're 12% of the students, but we're producing 17% of the teachers every year. And most of them stay in Kansas for their job. So that year, 180 were hired by Kansas districts. Every year, and I think it's geographically particularly interesting. You go to folks in the sort of Sterling, sort of Rice County and some of those areas around there, you will find a lot of Sterling and Tabor and Bethel college grads who are teaching classes. Pretty excited about how many of our Kansas Teachers of the Year over the last few years are graduates of KICA, including our current one who's a Bethel grad. So that's a lot of good work going on in teacher ed, and that's historical. And our majors, the people who have said, students who said, yeah, I want to study teacher ed, it's flat. I'd like it to be going up, but in aggregate, that's not a bad sign. We've sort of stabilized in a level number. That's fine. This next slide worries me. How many are finishing their degree in teacher ed is dropping and has dropped precipitously in the last between 2021 and 21-22. I don't have a reason yet for it. I have not been able to get to I have had some hypotheses, but I don't have any evidence to prove them. You're seeing a lot of people who enroll and then shift out, that decide to pursue something else. Why is that? We haven't figured out what that is yet. On the next item, and talking about special ed, I want to emphasize the I of KICA, Kansas Independent College Association, to remind you all that I am not governing a system. Those 21 institutions are independent, and I is maybe the most important letter in KICA. Each institution charts its own path. They have their own governance, their own board, their own resources and relationships with their community. And so they are each charting their own path to address the needs of today. However, we collaborate a lot. So, for instance, a number of years ago, KICA acquired a smaller association in the state of Kansas called the Associated Colleges of Central Kansas and broadened their work to all private colleges. We co-teach a high incidence endorsement program for any teacher ed student who wants to get that additional endorsement in special ed. We have 3 full-time faculty, some adjuncts. We teach in McPherson. I think you've heard from Dr. Beverly Schottler. Might have been last month, might be this month. I can't remember when she's on your agenda. Bev is phenomenal, and she is our director of academic programs. So she knows, she has a deep body of knowledge on how to educate students for special education. That has a 15 credit hour course sequence with a capstone. There's field experiences, including a reading intervention field experience. We are really proud of how well that program is going for the students who choose it. The degree that they earn still comes from their home institution. So if a student is from Bethel College and is getting a teacher ed degree from Bethel and wants that special education endorsement, they're still getting their degree from Bethel at the end of the day. KICA does not issue a degree. It's all transcripted at their home institution, and it works really well, and we're proud of it. I did beforehand talk to all of our teacher unit heads about sort of what are they doing on science of reading to respond to the new requirements. And there's a lot of common threads, but I wouldn't say there's one universal way people are addressing it. A lot of them are adding specific courses explicitly to do this. A lot of them are also infusing it throughout their curriculum. They're making sure to say every time, every course, we need to be talking about this. It's not just a course to take, it is an approach to take. They've added capstone projects. They've added online modules. I think the Rise Reading and Microsoft's Made by Dyslexia have really been the 2 that I saw the most. They're requiring their faculty and course designers to get the letters training. So you're seeing a lot going on there across the 17 institutions. And this last bit I want to make sure we highlight. Dr. Schottler and Lori Curtis are the ones who developed the test for 612 ELA used by most KICA institutions. So we're really doing a lot of work, not just for our own institutions, but for the state on this question. I mentioned dual credit and early college. I know this is a place that you all have talked about. Dr. Watson's been a champion for this kind of work. I want to remind everybody that about 2,500 high school students enrolled in KICA dual and concurrent programs last year. That includes public and accredited private schools. Our costs are pretty typically lower or right about with the community colleges. And we've got several specific programs. Friends University has a early college academy with USD 259 that's going really well and they're really proud of. The other piece that we did was a year and a half ago now. We collectively signed a global transfer agreement with the community colleges. And what that means is if you get an associate's degree from a Kansas community college, doesn't matter which one, and you transfer to a KICA institution, doesn't matter which one, you start as a junior, no questions asked, your gen eds are waived, and your courses you took map directly into the courses that we offer. That means you're not getting shunted and told that some of those courses are electives now. It is reducing time to graduation. You would think that was a really hard lift. It turned out the hardest part was herding 40 college presidents into one room at the same time to sign something, because there are 19 of community college presidents and 21 on our end. But we were able to do it, and it's been going really well and really proud of it. That is another way that we are addressing how do you accelerate degree completion. The last topic, college readiness. We are seeing, and I think if you talk to Dr. Flanders, I think they see this at the Board of Regents as well, as a slow but increasing increase in the need for remedial coursework. We're at now about 5% of our students needing at least one remedial course. That's up from 3% pre-pandemic. It's climbing each year. Our average ACTs are down. I would note that more students or more schools aren't requiring ACT. So that data is a little mushy compared to what it was before the pandemic. And I also want to say this isn't about Kansas students necessarily. Remember, we're getting more and more out-of-state students. So I can't tell you the readiness of college students from Kansas is different, worse, or better than it is from other states. This is a more global challenge that we're seeing. And one of the things we know deeply is if we have a student who shows up who needs some remedial work on math, we can usually get them to graduation, or there doesn't hold them back too much. If they need remedial reading work, the chances that they're going to finish their degree drop precipitously. And that is a frustrating situation to be in because we love these kids. We want to take care of them. And it's just so hard to get them to graduation if they need remedial reading work. That's all of the slides I brought with me. I'm hoping to have a little conversation and hope to hear questions from you all. And again, thank you for the opportunity to come before you.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. I want to jump back to what you just said about the remedial classes. I assume that is predominantly math. Do you happen to know?
No. I'd have to go back and check the data. I think it's actually about 50-50. I think it's yeah.
So 50% of that is reading. Okay, interesting. And thank you so much for the global transfer has been such a hit. It's really interesting to talk to parents. My kids are both in high school, and so as I talk to people who are aware of it, it really helps, and they feel safer picking a Kansas college, a smaller college, because they know that their students can then go anywhere. And for those who don't know about it, being able to tell them is exciting too, because they go, oh, that's really great to know. So thank you for that. Kathy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Curious of what you're doing as KICA going into high schools to promote our small, so that the students know you take Pell Grants and, you have small campuses and you're cheaper and all that stuff.
Sure, and this is another one of those pieces here that KICA itself, I think we've learned over many years that people don't make college decisions based on sector. So if I go and talk to people in high school about private colleges, that's not how people think and make that decision. They make the decision on this institution. And so we're supporting our institutions' abilities to do that work. We facilitate their connections as best we can with district contacts, but obviously they're local and they care deeply about local communities. We've tried to do some work on sort of postcard mailings to counselors. We know counselors are overwhelmed. So finding the right tools for them to be able to advise students has really been more difficult. To the point where I think for us, this community college agreement has some value as another pathway of getting there, is if the community college has that knowledge as well, those advisors know that the pathway to a private college is there. That helps us as well because those connections are deep. Would we like more? Oh yeah, oh very much so.
Jim Porter.
Hi, Matt, it's always good to see
Hey.
you. Would you go back to your reading?
That one?
Yes. I know that you have nothing to do with the Board of Regents, but Melanie and I visited with the Board of Regents a month or so ago, and I very bluntly told them that I was going to vote against any program that could not assure to me that they were addressing the science of reading. I probably will say the same thing to you. But I would like to have the opportunity with you, or I'm not, you can't answer this question now, but you and the representatives of the private colleges to find out exactly how we are going to evaluate the success of their students being able to teach effective reading scores. And so, you know, that's not a discussion for today.
No, I
But that's
understand.
a discussion for going on. But I'd really like to have that discussion because I'm very serious. And I was standing right next to the 6 presidents of the Regents universities when I said that. And I think that this board is that serious about making sure that kids can read whenever they can. So I just want to touch base with you on that and say, going forward, I'd really like to have the opportunity to dig into that with you or with the colleges to see how we're going to evaluate, just like I expect the regents to be able to show us how they're going to evaluate whether or not a student that they graduate is an effective teacher of reading.
And I think we would welcome that, actually, is that kind of engagement from you all with our schools to do better, to always be seeking to improve the way we serve students. We welcome that.
Yeah, and after redistricting, I've inherited several of your.
Yes, you have.
And I have a son that graduated from Tabor.
Go Blue Jays. The other piece I would, on this, remind everyone is, for you all, we have to meet, our teacher ed programs meet the same accreditation standards as the ones at the Regents. We're not treated differently. We have to meet those standards as well.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming today. I would kind of give a shout out to I can't go beyond like Benedictine, St. Mary's, Mid-America, and Baker, just because but I would say that they do reach out. They do build relationships with those kids in high school. I speak from experience with my 2 boys. They try to build those relationships, let them know that they're there, and then we do have some concurrent enrollment going on with Baker. So I would, through CAPS. So I would say that they, beyond even CAPS, they do I feel like they come down, they watch different sport. I mean, they do all kinds of things to engage kids, to let them know, hey, we're right in your backyard. We're here. So I just wanted to give a shout out. I can't speak for some of the others out in Western Kansas, but they do within the general area. I mean, I've heard and feel like we build relationships with those right in our backyard. So they do a good job of that.
Thank you.
I don't see any more questions from the board. I just want to comment that I really appreciate the partnership, and it's great to have had, you know, the overview. So we appreciate the education about education. I keep thinking about the teachers that aren't finishing, those that are dropping out of the education programs. And I don't know what a partnership would look like for us to work together. And I'm really I'm going to point to Randy here and say, you guys working with the department, but if there's anything that can be done to help identify what's happening there and what a potential solution would look like, it's not unique to your schools. It's happening elsewhere as well. I would like to ask that the department perhaps look into that.
I'd welcome that as well, and I'm sure Dr. Flanders would be able, or folks over there. I think we could probably get together and find that data looks pretty similar. Wouldn't surprise me to find out that they're seeing some of the same problems, and I think we'd love to get to the bottom of it and find some ways to turn that back up, that line, make it go up.
Yeah. Randy?
So Matt, as someone that drives a 2010 Chevy Malibu every day, I had to throw that out because I knew Danny was going to get after me for not having a Ford. But appreciate that my car's been devalued every year since I was driven off the lot. But it's good to see you. And I know you moved your schedule a great deal to be here, and we appreciate
No problem.
that. Thank you.
I was glad for the invitation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you again. Board members, are we feeling a short break? Yeah, okay. How about we come back at 11:35 and
Usually
we'll be
it's the
ready for
guys
Craig
that are
Nines Wonder.
screaming, but we would like
to Dr. Craig Nineswander.
Good morning and thank you. Not for the one last time, but for the opportunity to be here. Going to visit a little bit this morning about legislative positions. And I believe you had a document in your packet that looks something like this. And the first thing I'll say is 2023 is not a misprint. This is last year's positions as a starting point. It's been edited just a little bit. Ann and Dina, as your liaisons, got together last week and updated a little bit compared to where it was last year. So this is just a starting point for discussion today, and then next month, if you follow typical practice, you will adopt your legislative positions. And the purpose is not just for those who will be serving in the legislature across the street, and so that the school districts back home will know what your positions are. To a large extent, it helps your liaisons. So Ann and Dina know when an issue pops up suddenly at the legislature that yes, the board has a position on that, or no, the board does not have a position on that particular topic, and they know how to proceed at that point. So we'll review a little bit today, and lest I forget to mention it, the reason you typically will adopt your positions in December, the session starts January 8th, which will be prior to your January meeting. So you want to have your positions in line before that time. And it opens with a statement about your desire to work with the legislators and your goals and mission and how you proceed and would like the legislature to proceed in achieving the goals and the mission. So you've got several areas outlined. The underlined areas: academic support efforts, health and safety issues, and funding issues. And some of these probably could fit several different places. But under academic support efforts, the board supports the following, or did a year ago, I should say. The goal of moving toward providing the first 12, which is now, I believe, 9 that KBOR is working on, post-secondary credit hours, tuition-free during high school. So that students, you just heard a little bit about that from the independent colleges, so that students can begin college in a little better prepared manner. The board supports the concept of public-private partnerships with business and industry to allow for internships and mentoring for students. You've talked about that a number of times in relation to career and tech ed. And then last year specifically mentioned the legislation that requires the state Board of Education, and we inserted the Department of Children and Families because that's included in the legislation, and the legislature to work together to monitor the success of the foster child report card. And that's a report actually that's been in place for 3 or 4 years by statute. We prepare it, but the Department of Children and Families posts it, makes it available, presents it to the legislature, but they need our data to put that together. So that's why we prepare it, and that is done each year in early January. And I should ask probably Dina and Ann, how would you like to proceed on this? Do you want them to stop me as we go along, or do you want to read through all of them?
I guess, Melanie, you can make the call. I think last year we just went through each bullet and then tried to see if we had consensus. And this is really important because if we have to have an agenda when we go over, or Dina and I have nothing to say. We have to be able to go over there and say, we have consensus on this item, so we have a position. If we don't approve a position, then it's just up to them. So we really need to know what we have consensus on. So if you want to do item by item, that's okay. Then we can help explain, how this came up last session or why it's important.
Yeah, and the commissioner just noted we're not voting today.
Right, yeah.
I was going to say it's finalized next month. So it would be, if you have questions about one of them or want to change what the actual language is or something like that would be very helpful.
And I suspect that there are additions that need to be made based on your
Right.
experience over the
Right.
past year. So yeah, I like that plan. Just go section by section.
And I
we
might
can discuss.
also say that Anne took the most notes. I took a few also when we were at the meeting Saturday with local board members. And so you got a copy of this morning, so you might want to pull it out also. And we'll just slide them, if you agree with those, we'll slide those into where they best fit.
Sounds good.
So maybe if somebody has a question about anything in that first batch.
Jim Porter.
The first one, the 9 post-secondary credit hours, I think the emphasis on the Board of Regents is 9. But I believe the research says that if you're at 15, you have a much better chance of finishing. So I'm wondering why we would move it backwards. Even though that may be inconsistent with the Board of Regents, I would certainly like to see that as a larger number.
We weren't sure if you guys had made an agreement on 9 with them.
We did not.
Oh, okay.
And I thought we'd proposed 15 in the past, but maybe,
So-
but I've slept since we've done this.
So in.
That's just me. That's
Because I've read the same, that 15 is more the benchmark. But we had started at one time wanting 12. And then we thought the discussion had been for 9. So we thought that might be a better place to start. But I'm fine with moving it to 15 if.
And this is not part of the process, but but from my point of view, I would prefer that not to be a specific named courses. For instance, a student that's going to be a welder has to have something different from the one that's going to be a pharmacist. And I would like to make sure that those things that are career oriented are not eliminated because we want them to all take college algebra and two English classes.
Yeah, but wouldn't that come out of a separate pot of money, out of the 155 money? I think if you're going to be a welder, you're going to get paid for out of the, what do they call it now? It's not 155
I just want to make
anymore.
sure that they can get it free. I don't care how they do it.
So a little history, and then Craig can give a little history, because we're kind of meshing a lot of things together. So Senate Bill 155 does provide free courses. Now can be a materials fee, like equipment, or if a student was taking that to them. Originally, in the task force that you jointly did with Board of Regents, the recommendation that passed out of the Senate was 15 credit hours, and it specified, Jim, the 5 gen ed credits of English Comp 1, 2, speech, psychology, and U.S. history to 1877. And that did not make it through conference committee that year, if I remember right, Craig.
That's correct.
And now there's some conversation with the Board of Regents around 9 credit. The research, if you want to look at the research about where's the return on investment, because research would tell you, oh, if you get 60 college credit hours, you're really likely to go on. But that's a pretty big cost, right, to that. It happens around 12 to 15 hours. Students that get 12 to 15 hours in high school for that amount of money tend to go on much greater than those that get less than that. And then those that get more, while it goes up, it doesn't go up as great as the cost, if that makes sense. So that's why initially we had stuck to 15 hours.
Another thing that we heard when those of us that met with board members Saturday morning, one of the comments that one of the people made was that there were additional costs, like some colleges was giving free tuition but charging X number of dollars per book, per hour per book, and that, based on a lot of kids that I represent, that would be a barrier that they could not overcome. So, you know, I would hope that free could be free.
Or tools. They're also charging for tools that are needed for CTE. So that's another issue, and high school students are not eligible for grants and for scholarships. So that kind of expense has to be personally covered. And so that was one of the things that board members were suggesting, that there be a fund that would cover those kinds of things for students.
That's something we might talk to the Board of Regents about, because I know the biggest problems with the technical colleges. Community colleges, if they need more money, have taxing authority. Technical colleges do not. And I know one that was brought up was the local area school said they were having a real problem with Manhattan Technical College, because that was the one that was tacking on $20 a book and some other fees. And they said, we can't even come to an agreement with these people. But, you know, I get the issue. The technical colleges have nowhere else to go but to raise fees when they don't get enough money. So that might be another discussion for Jim and Melanie to have with KBOR.
And just so you're aware, there are a number of school districts that will pay fees for students. Now, it comes out of their own general fund. It might be used for other purposes, but they will pay fees. There's at least one I know of that purchases a set of tools to leave at the technical college, and then any of their students that go through use those tools. Rather than trying to purchase tools for every student that might go through. That's another way around it that's not quite so expensive. So school districts do try to work with students, but it's not something that I could say is universal among all 286.
I just want to say that I agree with Jim. I'm okay with the 12 if 12 is what we had in there before. I'd rather it be 15, rather see 15. And it may not be that all of that money comes through KBOR, right? Like you said, don't care how you get there, just that it's getting funded.
Procedurally, can we amend this today? It's just a draft anyway. All the changes have to be made next month from this?
Yeah,
But we can
this is just information discussion.
Yeah, discuss, make notes. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we have any questions or that are, I mean, there's quite a lot of questions and things I might have on each of these, just not to take up so much time of the public, but email you or email the liaisons, or who do we email as far as, you know, just some questions that we may have or think differently on a few things or a few topics.
You could email me and
Oh.
I could make sure that you get the questions answered.
Okay.
Yeah, so that you would be ready
Or
to.
just like, you know, I might say, well, I agree with it, but here are my concerns with it, or.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
Like
Well,
that.
and I could share that with everyone in Friday notes.
Okay,
Yep.
thanks.
And certainly feel free to raise, I mean, if anybody has anything else in this first section, we can move, you know, from here to health and safety, once we've answered everything in
I don't have any more.
academic support efforts.
Would
Is everybody, any questions, changes, and kind of general agreement on section 1? Ready
Are
to-
you thinking to strike the number and simply say career-oriented, or, and keep, and not specify a specific number?
I would
Or
specify a
would
number.
you prefer a specific number, and if so, which one?
Well,
I
that's what we
think
have to
it'd be
decide
good
next
to
month.
get that firmed before we move on.
Well, like I said, evidently, we can't change the document. I mean, it sounds like we want a number in there, but we have to wait till next month, and then somebody will make a motion to leave it at 9 or change it.
So next month, the goal would be to vote on the
Yeah.
final document.
Well,
So
then, if
should
we
make
want a
notes
final
now.
document, we need to make changes
In
today.
the past, we've always dealt with it, so we could just,
Have a-
during this session.
Yes, this is the time for discussion.
So we could just move on and approve the document
Next month.
next
Yeah.
month.
I'll recommend a higher number.
Is everyone comfortable with saying 15? Or
Michelle
well,
says
why
9.
don't you want to check out which number, like 15, 9, 12, what, if everybody's in favor of 15, let's start with 15 and see if everyone's comfortable with saying that.
The document that you have on the desk is the one that the state board voted on and agreed to last year. So there was consensus, if not 100% agreement. So this is a good time to speak up. I know Kathy, you started to raise your hand, but if you have a different number that you'd like to see there, if you'd like to see no number, this is a good time to discuss that. Oh, okay, you're ready for the next one? Got it. And Ann and Dina, can I put you on the spot? You use this document. Can you be very specific about how it's used when you go across the street? Because this essentially supports the work that our legislative liaisons do from January to May.
I have always handed this to each legislator. So they have it. And then we use it as items come up to talk to them about and remind them that they received this document.
We're talking about the legislators who are on the education committees, yeah. And then if a bill comes up and it's in a topic that's not on here, then we really have to talk to Jim and Melanie about, do we take a position or not? Because if we know we have a position, we can go ahead and write testimony and defend it. But if we don't have a position, then we don't do that. We come back and talk to you guys or talk to leadership.
But if something comes up in between board meetings, so if the legislature is working in between our board meetings and a bill comes up and Dina and Ann are put on the spot to need to go and testify, and this supports the board's position. So if it's not in here, they have to come back to the board. They can't just decide, well, they want consensus from the board. So they're not going to just make a decision on a whim or whatever their opinion is. They rely on this document.
Things come up very fast though. So we don't have an option of necessarily coming to the entire board, so we rely on talking to leadership.
So Dina, I'm sorry, Kathy. So before in the past, when you guys were over there, in the past for the liaison, you would say unanimous. When I think unanimous, that's 10-0. And when I hear majority, that's 6. That's 6 to make or change policy. You have at least 6, possibly 7 or 8. Unanimous means we are all in sync on this. We all agree on this.
Yeah.
The majority, which means 6 to make or change policy. You might have 8, but I'd say you'd have the majority. I would use those terms because there are going to be some things where
we use consensus. We
Okay,
have
the
consensus from the
consensus.
board, which implies you have a majority.
Okay, like
Yeah,
you have
does that
you have
work?
6. You have at least 6 votes. Okay.
We change terms to cover what we're really talking about if we're discussing with leadership only. then we would couch our discussion, our testimony to reflect that.
And many years ago, when I was the liaison, and I'm certainly glad that I'm not anymore, we used those terms. If it were unanimous, we said that. If it were not unanimous, we said consensus. And they clearly understood that.
For example, you've already taken some positions as it relates to funding. You've taken votes on that, like special education was a unanimous vote to support a special ed funding. So that would be a little different than what the positions are here.
I do want to just say on that, when KBOR was here and they were talking the number that they threw out there was $9 million. I guess I just want to state, when we talk about asking the legislature for money, we're talking about the taxpayers footing that bill. Kansas is already seen as a heavily taxed state, and there's a lot of conversation around that. So I guess that's my step back a little bit, because we're asking them, and for the special education funding, which we're constantly talking about getting that met, and then to be continually adding on to it, it makes me pause a little bit, because again, that's the backs of the taxpayers.
Sure. The
So-
thing is, you have to, though, also consider return on investment. An investment of $9 million this way could return many times that in terms of having an educated workforce that stays here in this state. So this is just our idea. We'll go to the legislature and discuss it with them. It's up to them ultimately if they decide the return on investment is enough to warrant the expenditure. But like I said, in this case, this is kind of a no-brainer and something that states all over the country are doing, because it's just smart to give kids this head start so they finish it and become well-trained, citizens.
Are you going to talk about maybe it not cost anything?
I think the other thing, Kathy, the $9 million is the recommendation from the Board of Regents that they put in their budget proposal to go forward. You don't have a specific dollar amount in your recommendation. There are some that would argue that some number, 9, 12, 15, could be done within existing resources of the two entities. That's not what's been proposed by Kansas Board of Regents. So for example, you give at-risk funding that could be used for at-risk students, right, to go do that if you chose to do it. So I think it gets complicated when we'd like to see students have this, and then the question becomes, are we going to ask for more money, or are we going to do it within the existing money? And I think the Kansas Board of Regents is asking for more money. I don't know that you've ever taken a position to ask for more money on it.
That's right. You haven't.
Dennis.
I'd just like to ask, why do we need to put a number of hours in there? Why couldn't we just ask the legislature, tell them we're asking for this, and let them come up with a number? That way, it may be more convincing if it's their idea. I mean,
Well, because we're the education experts,
but
and we make the recommendation.
I'm trying to be, have the head of a legislator right now, because if it's their idea, they may be more favorable.
Well, it'll be one of them's idea, because it'll take one of them to introduce the bill. Some legislator's name will be on the bill, so they'll champion it. But I get the issue, but I think we need to start with a number that makes sense.
If you start with a number, then they tell you another number. It's almost like negotiations. So if you start low, then
So Dina,
then
if we
you
give,
start higher, then
yeah,
maybe you'll get somewhat what you're actually
kind of like
thinking.
okay, so if we give them 15, we're okay with 9? If they come up with 9? Huh?
We're okay with all we can get, because it's better than nothing.
Okay. Almost sounds like an auction.
That's sort of the thought.
feel like we're at a bit of an impasse here as to the number. The current number is 12. Shall we leave it on the sheet for now?
Do you want to leave it at 12?
Let's leave it, then we can
Consensus,
adjust it
yeah.
next month if we
I see,
need to.
Okay, I see some head nods. All right, at this rate, we'll be here until dinner time, so let's move on to the next bullet.
I don't have anything to do with
Many of your
Greenwich
students will have completed 12 hours.
Right. The concept of public-private partnerships with business and industry to allow for internships mentoring.
So I guess I would ask for a little more information of what that means, definition. Sorry.
I'd love to see your work.
I think it's purposely broad to leave options available to school districts. There was legislation considered, I'm losing track of time, either 2 years ago or last year, that would have expanded, in fact did expand the opportunities for school districts to participate in those partnerships with businesses so that students had more opportunities for internships.
Sorry, Craig, can we minimize the side discussions? I actually can't hear you because there's some going on both directions.
So I think this is on here partially because it was a topic discussed in the legislature each of the last 2 years. And they did expand the opportunities for school districts to participate in internships with businesses, or actually for the students to participate in the internships. So I think it's somewhat purposely broad rather than being a specific type of practice.
So it would require legislation for schools to be able to work with the businesses in their communities to provide internships? I'm just not understanding, I guess.
Craig's bias may be more than factual. No, we already have that in place with career tech ed programs.
Right.
They heard from individuals from other states about programs they had. So they adopted a bill that reflected those programs. But in actuality, our high schools are already doing that.
Okay.
They were, but they did invest another, $750,000 last year to create intermediaries at all the workforce centers to go out and help find businesses and connect with the high school kids. So the whole work-based learning thing is really growing. And the legislature already supports it. This just kind of says we want to continue to support what we're doing. If you're not familiar with the work-based learning pilot that we did, or what how the workforce centers are working with businesses and connecting them with students, you might want to dig into that. It's really good.
Other questions on that one? Okay. Are you ready to go to the next section then, health and safety issues? And I'll give you a little background on a couple of these just to explain it a bit. So the first one, supporting expanded funding for Safe and Secure Schools grant to meet needs. Just for perspective, the grant was for $5 million. The requests last summer were for $14.4 million. And likely, what typically happens each year, there are districts aware that it's only $5 million, so they don't bother to apply. So 14.4 may even be a low number, since districts are aware that the money is short.
Craig?
Yes.
Can you speak real quick? I'm trying to make sure that the background is provided so that everyone understands what we're talking about. If the legislature decides that this is something that they want to add money to or take money away from, can you just give a little bit of background around where this fits in the legislature? It's not that we're asking them to do anything necessarily. It's that when it comes up, the board needs to have a position. And so if we're saying here that we support this, then that gives Ann and Dina the green light to testify in favor of, or against if we've decided not to support it.
So typically this slides into the appropriations bill at the end of the session, so it's a one-year funding. And you're correct, legislators bring it up, put it in the bill, select the amount. It's been $5 million with a couple of different funding sources, but $5 million the years that it has been in place. And the requests for the funding from school districts have always been higher than $5 million. I believe 14.4 this year is the highest we've had. When that happens, rather than us sitting in Topeka and trying to decide, well, this district's need is higher than that district's need, we prorate the money to the districts based on the number of students they have. So for some districts, that works fairly well. For others, that's a small enough amount of money that it doesn't cover what they wanted to do. And so typically, our staff works with them about, well, don't give the money back. Let's figure out a way you can use that and meet some of your needs.
Is that helpful? Okay. Thank you, Craig.
Certainly. The next one, the recommendations of the School Bus Stop Arm Violation Committee. This has been in place for several years. Currently, the law is you cannot pass a school bus when they are stopping to pick up students on the road. And they've got a red stop arm that comes out, red lights flash. When you see the red lights flash, vehicles have to stop, both directions. In order to enforce that law under current law, a trooper or police officer has to see the car run the stop arm and has to be able to pull them over and identify the driver. So that the police officer actually has to be there. Bus driver can report it, but that's without the officer seeing it. Typically, there is no crime, and it is a criminal offense right now. The attempt has been made a number of years in a row. Jim, I want to say 4 or 5. Do you know better than I do? To change that so it would be a civil offense, and this has taken place in a number of states. Kansas would not be the first, with cameras mounted on the bus. And they mount on the stop arm. So when the stop arm comes out, the camera's activated. If a vehicle passes, the camera catches the license plate, and the offense then would be against the owner of that vehicle. So it's a similar process to what you have on the turnpike now. It's a camera that catches your vehicle, and if you don't have if you haven't paid the fee, it goes to the owner of the vehicle regardless of who was driving. So it's the same theory that we're using on the turnpike. That has been attempted through committee, as we said, 4 or 5 years, and has failed to get out of committee to this point. Unfortunately, when we first started introducing the bill and discussing it, there had not been a death in Kansas because of a vehicle running a stop arm. We can't say that anymore. And meanwhile, the bill has not moved. There would be no cost to school districts. There would be no cost to the state. The way it would be set up is to contract with a company that installs the cameras. The information, the video of the vehicle leaving would be reviewed by the company initially, but then it would go to a police officer or law enforcement officer who would actually do the final review and determine that, yes, that was an offense, and the fine would be presented. And a portion of the fine then goes back to the company that's installing the cameras. That's how they pay for them without the state having money in it. And a portion of it comes to the State Department of Education that we would use for educational efforts to the public about why you can't run the stop arm on school buses.
Dennis?
Did I understand you say that it used to be criminal and this would make it civil?
Yes.
So, okay. Yeah, I'm just, well, okay, it sounds like it would be maybe not severe enough a punishment.
I believe that we're way out of my league now, but part of the reason for the change is that allows them then to use the videotape to assess a fine, and so that the driver is still fined, and it's not an insignificant amount of money, but it doesn't require the officer to actually be there and witness it occurring.
Might add that your initial committee was made up predominantly of basically every police organization in the state, sheriffs, highway patrol, turnpike authority, just, I mean, the majority of the people in the room were people in law enforcement, and they agreed.
Because otherwise, they're not there to see it, and so those tickets aren't being written. And frankly, for some of those folks, it probably is an education issue if they don't realize that what they're doing is illegal.
There's a survey done every year on one day, and more than 1,000 violations per day, and some of them are on the right side of the bus. A few of them, 30 or 40, are on the right side of the bus, which.
You mean they go on around the shoulder, or they pass?
Well, if it's, or if it's where I live, in a ditch.
Is this considered manslaughter? If we've had death, right?
That's above my pay
Not a
grade.
lawyer.
Huh? Okay.
Not a lawyer.
I mean, if
But-
something happens, then, well, whatever.
So with this one, we're leaving, whatever the committee decides upon, the board is supporting. Any changes here? Are we good?
If you want to follow it, it was House Bill 2251 last session, and that will still be alive when they come back this session.
Greg, what were the arguments against it?
Initially, they didn't like who would be overseeing the penalty phase and determining if, yes, that was an offense or not. As Jim said, all the law enforcement officials were involved. Most were a little hesitant about, yes, we'll commit the manpower. We've passed that stage now. We have support. It will be a law enforcement official who watches the video and makes the determination. Honestly, I don't know last year what the difficulty was.
I do.
Okay, well.
It did pass the committee.
A person.
It did pass the committee for the last couple of years, and before that, before last year, the majority leader would never put it below the line, and now the speaker will never put it below the line, so one person is holding it up.
Thank you for the reminder. I'd forgotten that. Next one has been a common topic across the street, as well as with the Attorney General's office, the efforts to reduce human trafficking in Kansas. So the statement was made that the state board would support those efforts. And then finally, the ongoing work and recommendations of the School Mental Health Advisory Council. And I believe you just heard from that council yesterday, if I'm correct. So you know the efforts that they're making in that area. Any questions on either one of those? The ones that were crossed off, I believe, and tell me if I'm saying this wrong, were crossed off because they're not necessarily emphasis across the street.
The fentanyl test strips are legal now, so that's kind of off the table. I think we had a question about the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, if we weren't sure why that was there, but.
Well, a former board member, Janet, was on it and monthly told us what they were working on. We've not heard anything recently, so we thought it'd be pretty hard for us to say what they're working on when we've not heard, so we said it probably needed to be removed as a statement.
Makes sense?
All right, funding issues. State board supportive of the recommended funding levels approved by the Kansas Supreme Court and appreciative of the legislators' efforts to date to meet that agreement. So that's about the base funding that was put into statute after the Gannon court case, and the legislature has followed that funding, including this year basing it on the 3-year average consumer price index, which is the way it's scheduled to increase each year moving forward. supportive of public education funds being provided to public schools only. And you've already mentioned a little bit, following state statute, moving toward funding 92% of the excess cost of special education. Update you a little bit on that. We told you in July, when we gave you the estimate, that that would take a little over $86 million each year for 4 years. We told you that that would be likely to change when we have a little more accurate estimates later in the fall. Now, estimates now would be $82.7 million, so it's a little less expensive. And as time goes on, if the legislature would choose to implement this, obviously that number would be adjusted each year. If costs continued to come down, then that number would lower. So your recommendation was not necessarily for that dollar amount, but let's get to 92% over 4 years' time. However that dollar amount works out. The other thing I would add to that, the Special Education Task Force is now scheduled to meet Friday afternoon, January 5th at 1 o'clock.
I have some comments about that. You know, I've always supported the 92% because that's what's in the statute, and actually made the motion for the 4-year thing. I read an article the other day where both the two legislators who are on the task force said, we don't really need to have a meeting because all we know that everybody's going to come and say we want 92%. We're going to, and we're not going to do that. And so at that point there'll be a vote, and there'll be 92% or no, and those that are going to vote yes are going to vote yes, and those that are going to vote no are going to vote no, and that's politics. I would like for us to look at something different and have actually some recommendations to that committee that's going to have to cause them to think. Otherwise, and these are the questions that I think that we need to ask and that they need to address. And by the way, this cannot be done in 4 hours on January the 5th. But at the end, I would hope that at least the group can come to consensus. These are the things that we need to know to move forward. Number one, is the way that we are, first of all, I want to make sure that I am 100% in support of equitable funding, equitable and appropriate, adequate funding for special education. It is a real issue whenever all this money has to be diverted for special education purposes. But in the last 100 years or 50 years or whatever it is, have we discussed, are we funding special education appropriately? Is the fact that we are basing special education funding based on employees as opposed to student needs. I think that's a discussion that needs to take place, and it's a serious, ongoing, long-term discussion. Now, the answer may be yes, but we need to have that discussion. The fact that we don't know until the end of the year exactly what our special education budget is going to be if we're in a school district, is there a way to address that? My guess is no, but have we had that discussion? Discussing these sorts of things is not politics, it's leadership. And I think that we need to take a position that we need to provide leadership so that we can discuss the things that are really important with the goal that each student has the benefit of the services they need and has the best way to fund that, as opposed to arguing over 92%. Now, I think we need to leave our recommendation as it is now, because that's what the statute is now. So I'm talking about two different things. And the reason I'm bringing it up today is because if Melanie goes to that meeting on the 5th of January and we have a position, she needs to know what it is. And so I'm bringing this up today so that we can discuss it next month. And I'm not advocating a change in this wording, but I think that as we go forward, we need to look at this differently. And by looking at, the worst thing to say, we're doing this because we've always done it that way before. And then we'll have a 6-5 vote. 6 people will say, yes, we need to fund 92%, and 5 people will vote no. And then the legislature will not pay attention to it one way or the other. But I hope that we get beyond that and say, let's take some serious time to discuss how we are meeting the needs of students and doing that in a comprehensive and rational way so that we can get beyond the petty discussions about I'm going to do this or I'm not. And there's another argument that is always used, and that is maintenance of effort. What if the federal government all of a sudden starts paying their fair share? That is a ridiculous argument because the federal government has not done it for 50 years, and there's no reason they're going to start right now. And right now, the federal, if there is an organization in the United States that's dysfunctional, and I'm not blaming one side or the other. I just take them all. It's dysfunctional, and funding of special education is not going to come to the top of their agenda. So I think that we need to look at this differently, and we need to move forward in a way that we, as the State Board of Education, are providing leadership to actually solve the problem, not argue over a number. End of sermon, I guess.
Amen.
So, a couple of thoughts just to share with everybody. First, Jim asked me about it yesterday, so that everybody's on the same page. The fact that Kansas pays special education based on transportation, high-cost students, and number of teachers and paras is in statute. So that's statutory. So that's why if he suggests a change, it needs to go to the legislation so that they can make that statutory change if we're going to do it by student. That conversation has come up on occasion in the past. Is there a better way to do it? We end up back here, but I don't know how in-depth it's been. And the other thing I would say is last year, I know the Legislative Research Division looked at and compiled how do the other states fund special education, and there are a number of different models. We may have ready access to the member of Legislative Research that did that study, and so we can get that information to you.
I request that be an additional agenda item next month so that we can make a decision.
And I might say that became it totally took over all the legislature's legislative luncheon at Smoky Hill. But what I saw from those folks was that most of them had no idea that excess funding had something to do about services that students receive. And each student is different. Some of them need 2 paras, some don't need a para. So some you can put several kids together with one teacher, and some of them you can't do that. So everything is different, and they didn't understand how it became what excess meant. They wanted just a cost per student. Well, you're not going to be able to do that. So I think finally maybe some lights came on, but when we look at that, as Jim said, it needs to be based on what kind of services do students need, so they can be successful. So,
Jim, are you thinking another bullet item here or a whole separate effort?
No, I'm thinking
Okay.
specifically, this about bullet item is fine. I'm thinking about we need to have a plan for the committee.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to piggyback on what Jim's saying, we're already running into issues. If you sit in local school board meetings, their question came up just a couple weeks ago where they have to come up with a percentage. Every district has to come up with a percentage to let kids come out of the district, right? They come from another district and they're tasked with figuring out a percentage through each grade. Well, then the question was asked, if you're on an IEP, and you're, 3 districts away and you want to go up to, you heard some good things about this particular district, you don't vote for that board, you're not paying the taxes in that community, and then if you're on an IEP, they asked you, well, you have to transport the child, then would we have to pay for that? And yes, they would. So you'll want to bring that issue up if you're going to sit down and talk about that, because now they're trying to figure out, well, how many can we accept, from the surrounding communities. I don't even know if it's constitutional. I don't, because there's representative government and taxation without representation, and that's why we don't do regional things. We are local. We're local and a local entity. So I don't feel like that was thought through when you're tasking every single, because they already did it on a case-by-case basis. Very rarely, within a district, you saw a little bit more movement. Outside of a district, a little more difficult, because you have your own district that is supposed to represent you. So I just want to make sure when we're talking about special education funding, then who pays for that? Where do the tax dollars come from that?
And just to maybe put that together, the open enrollment piece, school districts are able to set their capacity for each program at the high school level. So you can say, we only have room for this many students coming in if they want to join the band, what have you.
But
With special education and students that have an IEP, you run into some legal issues about discriminating against those students that have an IEP. It's a little more difficult to set capacities for your special education programs, and I think that's the issue school districts are worried about.
But discussing these issues instead of just arguing about 92% is part of leadership as opposed to politics. And that's what I want us to be leaders in the process.
Melanie, when this gets before a committee and legislator, it would be good for them to hear testimonies about what we're describing. Because if it's just numbers, then it's just, okay, it's just budget. But to hear stories of why this is not working out, and a school district is paying up to $100,000 maybe for a special ed, they need to hear that. Maybe more, yeah. So sometimes the reality is, this is what it really has to happen, how it has to happen.
Okay, next, same section, but next page or backside, however it's copied. Continued coordination and investment in career and tech ed programs that are aligned to workforce needs. You talked about that a little bit earlier. As I said, several of these kind of overlap in several areas between, it's hard to get, fortunately, probably, it's hard to get away from academic support when we're talking about funding. One should lead to the other. So continued investment in career and tech ed programs. Opportunities to expand early childhood and kindergarten readiness. You had a chance to hear quite a bit about early childhood this morning. An issue that is an annual topic for this board, funding transportation students in all unsafe situations regardless of mileage. To date, I don't know that has really been discussed in this legislature for several years. And then a couple that were added by Ann and Dina before we came to you today. Continued funding for the dyslexia coordinator position and continued funding for the teacher apprenticeship program that they just put in place last year. Other thoughts there? And I should probably tack on, I know one of the notes that Ann sent to you would relate to the dyslexia coordinator position in terms of continued support for the science of reading across the state.
Any comments from anyone? We good to move on? I think we're good.
And then finally, the education policy governance, statements of support for the way things are lined out in statute or constitutionally and how they should work. So the constitutional authority given to the State Board of Education, the legislature, and the governor. The governance responsibilities assigned to the State High School Activities Association and the authority of local boards of education. That the state board is supportive of each of those. And then a statement, again, similar to the way it opened, looking forward to working with the legislature on initiatives to help Kansas high schools or Kansas students. And those are related to your goals and mission, I should add.
Do you want to talk about the things the superintendents asked us to add to our legislative
Absolutely.
goals for a minute? Saturday, we had several ideas that were brought to us from superintendents. They asked us to consider supporting in the legislature. One was number 2 on the sheet you got that Deborah printed up for you today. One was to advocate for reducing the waiting time after retirement to return to teaching and reduce or eliminate the financial penalty. That would be a CAPERS committee issue.
Is that a CAPERS committee issue or is that federal?
No, well, the federal government has some guidelines.
Okay.
But we have some wiggle room there, particularly like with that penalty, you know. And I know Alan Conroy has said that there are other states that have a less waiting time than we do, and they don't get in trouble. So if we wanted to take a run at it, we could. So, number 4 was to continue. Not everybody, right now we're using ESSER funds, that $15 million to train teachers through the end of next year. But obviously not everybody's going to have the training by then. So it was just to encourage the legislature, since it really was their job to fund it in the first place and they never did. You know, if you want us to work on dyslexia, then help us get the teachers trained. So to encourage them to fund letters training beyond the end of 2024. I think number 5 we just covered, advocate for more funding for early childhood education, which is that one we just talked about. And then, number 7, there was some concern that, you know, we have a lot of small districts out there. They've reduced the amount of state support for bond and interest for new buildings. And, you know, if you're Blue Valley, yeah, charge on. But if you're Twin Trees, you might not ever get that new school building. So at one time, we had a higher, and Craig will know what it is, higher support for bond and interest on new buildings, and they'd like to see that raised again.
Short version on that, if you had your election for your new facilities prior to July 1 of 2015, as opposed to today, your state aid would be about 49% higher. School districts will say that the other way around. Your taxpayers are now paying 49% more locally.
It gets to the equity thing again, you know, rich just charge on and the poor have to give up. Yep.
My understanding was that it was based on property in the district, property values.
State aid rates are based on your assessed valuation per pupil. So you divide it by the number of students so that you can compare Shawnee Mission with St. Francis, for instance.
Because I know for Hayes specifically, basically it came out we were
the
property
higher,
rich and we couldn't get anything type of thing.
The higher that number is, the less state aid you get. So legislation has lowered that threshold for where state aid starts. So more and more districts receive no state aid now.
So So I don't know if you guys want to add some of these to the draft, and then we can vote on them next month, or we can make amendments next month. I don't know what's appropriate. I mean, this is all draft stuff right now, so.
For sure, I'd like
Danny?
to add number 2, because I think that's with the shortage of teachers. I'm sorry. I think number 2 is a big one. Actually, I think that's one of the biggest things we can do, especially with the big shortage of teachers and a lot of, because in the real world, if you retire, you can still take your retirement and go do whatever you, and still do the same job, if you want to.
I agree with Danny. I'll add number 2.
That just,
Actually, in the real world, they have some limitations too. Going back to work right at the same place, but.
And I just want to point out for number 7, Anne, I just want to say thanks for writing this up, because some of these small districts don't have lobbyists to go across the street and represent them in these conversations, so appreciate it.
And I think 4, we could just add that to the one that has to do with the coordinator.
So just say funding for the dyslexia coordinator.
For the coordinator.
Well, except,
And
the reason we put that in is because the legislature's already funding that. So we want them to continue it. This would be a new expenditure.
true. But we
Another
want-
bullet point, yeah.
We'd like for them, because we have an agreement in a sense with the education committee that reading is a focus of ours.
Right, all I'm
And
saying-
theirs.
All I'm saying is,
So letters training falls right in there.
right, all I'm saying is it needs to be a separate bullet because it's not continued funding, it would be new funding.
Well.
Or write
that's
it that way
true.
anyway.
Maybe we need to have 2 separate things dealing with.
So Madam Chair and Board, do you want us to add these 3 bullets in, 2, 4, and 7 somewhere, or is there objection? We could do that 1, 3, and 5 thing, like, you know, yay.
This is kind of going back to the other question, ask for more than what you may get. But these are suggestions from admins, you know, and board members. From when we heard from them in Wichita, this is what we need to pass this information on. You agree with it?
And I would say that if we ask people what they think and they tell us, we need to pay attention.
All right. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
Madam Chair, I'm really sad that you didn't continue this discussion through 2025, and Craig would have to stay. But this will be the last time that he's before you.
I thought the rule was that he had to stay until a replacement was in place. And we will start advertising in 2026.
Craig, thank you.
Thank you. It truly has been my honor and my privilege. I appreciate that.
You might even
And
start growing hair back.
If I can, for several years, I've had the opportunity to work with Craig, and he's amazing when he's answering questions. Things that would maybe make most of us, the hair on the back of our head rise up. He's just calm, and I didn't ask him if maybe that's what happened to his hair, but anyway, thank you for all of your assistance that you've given the people who've been liaisons on this board. We appreciate you very much. Thank you.
We'll get it in the minutes. Thank you again, Craig. All right, our last item of the day is the consent agenda. Oh,
As you go into that. Kathy, you may want to look at your email. Tate just sent you a follow-up around Concordia and Dodge City and their grant request. So you may want to check his answer there.
so the next question I was going to ask is, have all of the questions around the consent agenda been answered? And then, if that is the case, are there any items to pull for a separate vote? Or shall we vote on, I would accept a motion to, oh, go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. G and I.
Okay, so we'll vote separately on G and I, and your questions have been answered?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, Dina.
I move that the State Board of Education approve the consent agenda with the exception of G and I. Is that what I
To be voted on separately?
Which will be voted on separately.
Thank you, Dina. Is there a second? Michelle. All in favor, raise your hand. That is 9-0, and we're missing Betty, so motion passes. And then for item G, may I have a motion? Motion to vote on, or you could do G.
Yes, I move that we approve item G on the consent agenda.
Is there a second? Michelle, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, 8. Again, sorry, no, no vote, not an abstention, a no vote. So 8-1, motion passes. And then how about a motion for item I? Okay, motion to vote for item I. I have a second. Dina? All in favor,
Wait a
raise
minute,
your.
can we ask a question
Yeah.
on this? I don't know who our representative is for migrant students, but is there?
Betty.
Oh, it's Betty.
No,
Okay.
Betty's not here.
Thanks.
Okay, ready to vote? All in favor? 1, 5, 6. Opposed? 1, 2, 3. I've got 6, 3. Your 3 are Michelle, Dennis, Danny. Motion passes. Thank you. All right, in the chair's report, I almost brought this up during the conversation with Craig, but I was trying to stay narrowly focused. As he mentioned, the special ed task force has been called. What you read in the paper may not have been the entire story, and I want to make sure that the board is aware that during the interim education committee meetings, there were 4 days of meetings over 2 weeks. And at the end of those meetings, Chair Williams said that she would not call the special ed task force. And so with that knowledge, the task force is comprised of 11 members. 6 of those members, myself included, signed a letter saying, we are utilizing a rule that exists in the Kansas legislature where, in our case, the majority of the members of the task force were calling the meeting ourselves. And so that notice was issued by email on the 7th of November with a 48-hour notice that the meeting would be held on the 9th. A room was booked at the Capitol. We planned to have a full day of meetings. And when that knowledge made its way to legislative research and they started trying to figure out how they were going to staff that meeting because they're required to staff the task force meeting, it was then that Chair Williams learned of the notification and called the meeting. And so the meeting has now been set for January 5th. It begins at 1 p.m. on a Friday. it is a day that my kids are out of school still for the winter break, and I know that a lot of other kids will be as well. So that may make it challenging for some folks to get there on that date. And it would look to be, like, it appears to be a short meeting. My assumption is that we will probably just run on into the evening and whatever is needed to get as many speakers and presenters before that task force as possible. But that will be a decision that's made based on the agenda that's decided that day. So that is what I know at this time about the Special Education Task Force. I am pleased that the meeting is going to occur. As Jim said, there are a lot of things I think that need to be considered as we think about special education funding. And it may not be that we just look at this 92% number and say, you know, this is the end-all be-all. There are a lot of other factors to consider. And certainly, as you've learned from sitting on this board, the money that flows into districts can vary a lot based on local property taxes and how large your community is, how many kids are in the school district, and then, as we've heard from the podium before, discussions about things like catastrophic aid, which, as we've said, is maybe not the most desirable way to word that, but if you have one student that is costing a district a lot more, then that's something that needs to be considered as well. So hopefully this is an opportunity for us to have a full conversation about special ed funding and arrive at least, if not a recommendation, to be able to have the conversation that I think those in the legislature will need to hear when they're making decisions next year. So those are my remarks for the day.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Will that be televised?
Yes, it will. It'll be on YouTube.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And you're welcome to attend in person.
I was going to say, everywhere except Hayes. I don't know, there's a box. No, it's just kidding. Yeah,
We'll move on to board travel. You have the list in your packet. Are there any changes to board travel? Or additions, I should say. Or maybe changes. And if you can't, you can always send it to Deborah. Okay. And if no one has anything to add at this time, may I have a motion to approve board travel? Dina? Motion to approve board travel. Is there a second? Michelle? She beat you to it. Sorry, Dennis. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? There we go. That is 9-0. Motion passes. Are there any committee reports? We have Ann's write-up from last Saturday. Betty essentially gave her committee report in the board meeting. Dennis?
Let's have a quick verbal on opioid conferences next Tuesday in Wichita. I would love to go, but I have something I just personally want to do that day, and so I'll get the minutes or the flyer from it. On Ag in the Classroom, there's some really good things happening in the local level, and they are trying to get these teacher packets out to individual teachers that are interested in, like, classroom, or, you know, tower garden or something they can do in the classroom even over the winter time, which is a really neat thing for kids to see plants growing and things like that. So they've sent out over 2,000 packets, and their membership is up around over 800 teachers now, I think, that have connected with that. So that has really taken off. That's really exciting. And then also, the funding issue has not come around for a number of years. Historically, I think legislature gave as much as $30,000 or $35,000. That hasn't been done for about 7 or 8 years. They do have a fundraising day, which is next Tuesday, Giving Tuesday they call it, and they go look for partnerships and things like that, and they're trying to cover about $30,000 in budget. So there's really good things happening. I'm really enjoying that committee. So.
Thank you for that update. Anyone else? Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to give a brief update. Superintendent of the School for the Deaf, Luann, was here and spoke to us about that concern coming from several graduates from KSDE. Back in the 70s, it received a vocational certificate rather than a diploma. So it was not embossed. It didn't have all the things that are the normal, our state diploma looks like as far as for high school. And after extensive investigation, and then our meeting last Thursday with KSD, I think it was Kim and Lisa were on the call, they had a lot of questions that came up. So there will be, we want to get this right. So before we bring it to the board, that we'll have a lot more information. I won't get into all the details right now, but I just want to brief you that it probably won't be until January maybe before we bring this before the board, because there are a lot of questions that came up last Thursday. And with the investigation, with looking at the these graduates had given us access to their transcripts, and after looking those over, we had a lot of questions and concerns. So just want to let you know that that'll be more, probably closer to January, that they would bring that before the board. And then they're letting them know that so that they're not going to continuously email us. They know that we're on it, and we're going to do our best to make it right and not set a precedent of something that, that we haven't investigated thoroughly. So that's where we are on that.
Thank you so much for the update. Anyone else? Okay. How about the board attorney's report? Mark?
One of the things I typically check on the day of my report is just see if there's any updates in the Kansas Attorney General things, Attorney General opinions that might apply, case law that comes out, various things. Our current Attorney General has not been very prolific in writing Attorney General opinions. Some others seem to issue a lot more opinions, but one came out in October that does apply to the Open Meetings Act. And it's pretty discrete issue, but it had never been decided before. And the conclusion of the opinion, these are all on the Kansas Attorney General website if you ever want to see what is issued or research other opinions, previous years. But this one had to do with whether or not a public body could exclude a member of the body who had threatened litigation against the body from an executive session held to discuss the possible litigation with its attorney. And the Attorney General concluded that that the body could exclude a present member of that body from an executive session. So it's very limited, as many legal opinions and Attorney General opinions. They're limited to the specific facts and circumstances because they may change the outcome. But so if a member of the body was threatening to sue that body, then, and previous opinions had suggested that, you have a right to participate in executive session, but this one focused on the conflict and the hostility and the legal claims that the individual board member or member of the public body had, and the Attorney General concluded in that case very recently in October of this year that the body had the right to exclude the member from participation in that executive session. I just wanted to report briefly on the Nicosia, which just stands for National Council of State Education Attorneys, held in conjunction with NASB. For those of you who have not attended, it is held in conjunction with the annual conference, although it's kind of a running joke that they keep the lawyers and the regular folks separate, both in terms of the meetings, the agenda, and the physical location. So once again, it's not, I mean, it is partly true and it is partly not true. It's partly just based on space and allocation of where they are, but there is also the board, or the Nicosia members, the Council of State Education Attorneys, do serve, perhaps maybe differently than I do, to this board. They are mostly all state employees, and they would be with their boards or their primary people, and so they there's kind of this, what they jokingly say, the cone of silence, because they want to have a free flow of discussion and information between the attorneys without their clients being present. So there are some times when part of the agenda, it truly is intended to be limited to the discussion between the attorneys. There's also times when visitors came into the session that the attorneys were having to observe or to listen to topics. But there is intended overlap. So, for example, one of the luncheons we had was with all of the Nicosia group, and there would be a speaker. There's also some some planned general sessions or mixers or activities. But for the most part, it's held in conjunction. It's at the same time. It's some of the same themes, but physically, it's in a different location at the same resort, and but there's some overlap. Part of the reason I mentioned that is because when the breakfast sessions or the breakfast get-togethers, I had you interact with either other state board members or the NASB leadership, and the two, and I won't remember their names, but they mentioned a number of you by name, having worked with you before, and they commented that they were sad to see that nobody from our state board attended, and they've developed relationships with several of you that have worked with NASB. So they just passed along their regards and from the staff at NASB. I've shared in my monthly report the agenda for the session, and I have materials from that. Sometimes I would say a significant part of the discussion has to do with kind of roundtable discussions. There are about 30 lawyers in this conference, so it's a fairly small group. Not all states pay to be a member of the Nicosia group, and that does change from time to time. So some states might bring 2 lawyers, three lawyers. Some might just bring one or none participating. It's a fairly small group, and they tend to discuss the things that are affecting their agencies or their attorney-client relationships, or the things that are going on in their particular state. I'm unique in the sense that I'm a private practicing attorney. All of the others in the group are employed, and it's hard to say specifically because each state is so different. The attorney might be a lawyer for the attorney general that is assigned to the agency. It might be they work directly for the commissioner. It might be, but each state, the way that the organizational structure is very different. So they might have a staff of lawyers that work for a number of agencies, for example, or they might be employed by the Attorney General. There have been other private practicing attorneys that have been at these meetings, but at least at this most recent meeting, I'm unique in the sense that I'm in private practice working with an educational agency or board. So they spend quite a bit of time talking about roundtable discussions. I thought that there's duplication in when they go around and mention those topics, but I'm just going to kind of read some of the topics that are occurring for the Nicosia group on a national level. Vouchers, or the new terminology rather than talking about vouchers, is the issue related to educational savings accounts, and the legislation or statutes or regulations that have to do with educational savings accounts. A lot of states continue to have issues with charter schools. Free speech in schools was one. Certainly IDEA was a big topic. One of the things that is a reoccurring theme for many lawyers who work with either an agency or a board or within the government, there's a great deal of time spent with rulemaking, agency actions, and regulations. So it's not the most exciting topic to discuss, but it's certainly a common theme that, going through that process, just the due process and the things that we talk about, probably not as regularly, but you get the sense of it when you have to talk about amendments to the rules and getting them approved, and then that appeal process. So, due process is a big part of that discussion. Parental rights, and then the appeals and the due process that's embedded in those initiatives. Certainly transgender, although, the reason I describe how these lawyers come to the table and where their issues are is because even though transgender might be a topic, it's not it might be more relevant to like a school board attorney as opposed to, maybe some of the bigger picture policy issues. So for example, somebody might talk about, they're working with a specific school district or dealing with litigation related to the cutting edge transgender legal battles. School funding, of course, there's some states that are still, are into their 20th year of, ongoing school funding issues. And so a lot of the things that I'm sure you see in the topics that are reoccurring themes in your national educational journals that you also see. So it was interesting and informative, and then like other professions, we have to get a certain number of credits, continuing legal education. So since it's put on by lawyers and attended by lawyers, we make sure that the agenda meets the minimum so that we can continue to get our credit for continuing legal education. And in Kansas and Missouri, we have, usually it's 15 hours. You can carry some over. Two themes that are really occurring in our industry, if you will, or our profession, have to do with a certain number of those hours have always been ethics related. They've expanded that in the last 2 to 3 years, not in Kansas and Missouri, but one of the topics that was thrown in this time to cover the expanding area of requirement has to do with wellness. And so that was interesting, and so it's combined with ethics and wellness. So that helped some, they pick items that allow us to continue to get our credit. In Missouri and also in Kansas, the terminology is different, but it's all about discrimination, harassment, discrimination, or bias, I guess, is the eliminating bias is kind of the overall theme that we are now required to have at least 1 hour of that in the state of Missouri. And so topics they tend to pick are in that realm to satisfy those requirements as well.
This is annual?
Yeah, annual, yeah.
Annual hours, okay.
So that's my report.
Thank you, Mark. And our last, Jim. Time for future agenda item requests.
Just a couple of
Like I got
things.
those words out of order.
On the list that Ann gave us, several of the things we addressed related to our agenda, so we've already talked about that. And number 6 on the list about the speech requirement, something the department can answer. But I would like for us to have some discussion at some point with numbers 1 and 3, and since people are listening, I'll tell you what those are. Reduce the number of hours required to get, there may be 4 people still online. Reduce the number of hours required to get a license for somebody who has a degree in a content area. Perhaps that needs to go to the Professional Standards Board, and to look at the use of the term success in post-secondary, because there are people that view, if I'm not in that category, then the words.
I'm sorry, Jim. Danny, Ann. Please, thank you. We're almost done.
The word success in some, our view that if you don't fit in that category, you may have been a successful person, but by our definition, they're assuming that they're seeing themselves as a failure because they don't meet our definition. And that we may need to look at maybe just changing the term to make it more meaningful. I can give you examples of people in my community who didn't go anything after that are successful, but they may not have met the Georgetown requirements for post-secondary. So I think that we need to look at that, and that came up. I would also, we need to respond, I believe, and to the cooperation request made a couple of months ago by the Board of Regents. You know, part of that was that was sort of already addressed. Part of that was the first hours, and then about reading. But I think we need to at least have a discussion before Melanie and I have to meet with them again to make sure that we either support or don't. But we need an official discussion about that. So that's all I have, Madam Chair, which is way too much.
Not at all, thank you. Anyone else, future agenda items? Dina?
As I shared with you and Randy on Wednesday, I've read several articles that talk about AI, and it seems to me that, and several of those were in education magazines or newspapers, and so it seems to me that we should know what some of the positive things that could be done, and where we need to be concerned. And so I would like to, I guess, maybe learn more about that particular issue, because it sounds like it's kind of getting into everything. So I think it'd be better if we knew ahead of the time it actually becomes an issue than instead of waiting until it becomes a problem. So I'd like to know the positives and the potential negatives.
Okay. Thank you, Dina.
Yeah.
Dennis?
Yeah, this was brought up at one of the breakout sessions at KSDE with the cybersecurity people. The conversation morphed into AI. It was really interesting, and they're really concerned. So I agree that's something in the future we need to know about.
And those are people that are here in the building that were leading that discussion. Yep. Anyone else?
Before you adjourn.
Randy?
Just wanted a couple items. First, just see some superintendents in the audience. KSSA, that's their organization, says, hey, sign up. And if not, then GA then selects them, I think, out of a hat. No, that's not necessarily true, but we always welcome them. And so if you're always wondering who they are, I mean, I welcome you to go back, breaks and stuff, or see them as they're way out.
Or you could come up to the podium
time.
and just introduce yourself real quick if you'd like.
Yeah, come on up. Come on up. Yeah.
Be great to know who you are if you don't mind being on camera.
So I speak with Dennis quite a bit. He's got a kid in Sterling, so I get an opportunity to visit with him. Sterling, I'm at Sterling 376. Yeah, it is. It is, certainly.
Thank you.
And there's also a special education director here.
Yes.
And a
Yep.
special education director here.
Yep.
And we,
Introduce ourselves.
if you've never been in this room, if you're on the Zoom or on the YouTube, there are these huge pillars, and so the board members often can't see who's back there. So hello.
Hi, my name is Mark Dodge. I'm with Baldwin City, USD 348, just south of Lawrence. And this is my first state board meeting to attend in person, so I appreciate all that you do. Thank you
Welcome
for the
back.
opportunity.
Come back next month.
There you go. There you
You're
go.
always welcome.
So I shouldn't ask him if he'll come back? Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Corinne Wolken, and I am the Special Ed Director at A&W Interlocal in Southeast Kansas. We support 8 school districts in our area, providing the special education services to all of those districts. This is the second time I've came to the board meeting, and I really appreciate getting to see the process and the work that you all do, so thank you.
Thank you for being here.
And the other thing, kudos. You know, I don't know the exact number of days that Deborah's been with us, but I think you would all agree she hit the ground running, right, and did a remarkable job in her first meeting. So thank you, and we hope she comes back too.
Indeed. Thank you, Deborah. Anne?
I don't have a full report, but it is Native American Heritage Month, and next week on the 5th, wait a minute, today, they're having an event over in Lawrence and Royal Valley and Wichita, and Lawrence Public Schools are participating. Their middle schools are coming together, and they're having a lot of programs about Native American heritage. And this morning, about 60 dancers from Royal Valley performed up at one of the elementary schools in the Seaman district. I asked them to come here and perform, but they said, well, we have 60 kids and a 6-foot drum, so they didn't think they could fit, but I did extend an invitation for them to come back at another time and meet you. So anyway.
And how many tribes are represented in Kansas?
We have 4 right now.
4, okay.
4, yep.
Thank you, Anne. We'll see you all next month. We are adjourned.